I'd like to call this meeting to order. Secretary, please call the roll when you're ready.
Mrs. Galbraith? Here. Mr. Teray?
Here.
Mr. Anderson?
Here.
And Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mrs. Gasparo? Here. Secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall?
Here, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am going to break down this thing. My computer.
Okay, at this time, we will entertain our public comments. I'd like to call forth Cindy New. Topic, negotiations.
Good evening. Stand here tonight and share with you that as a dedicated employee of the district and Acme president, that we need to finish bargaining as soon as possible. Acme employees have now completed a second year without a contract, and at this time, we do not have any bargaining sessions scheduled. We do not feel that what we are asking for is unreasonable. We are simply asking for a fair and equitable settlement for the work we do for the children of the district. We want to be able to go to bed without worrying if we can provide for our families. We want to be able to put gas in our cars, to pay the mortgage on time, save for our kids' college funds, and in general, provide for our family's necessities. We need to concentrate on completing the bargaining process so we then can focus on providing the best education possible for the children of our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mary Bragg, CMEA negotiations.
Good evening. Dear ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am speaking before you this evening on behalf of our members and the students and families of our district. One of the most important things you can do to show us how much you value us and to improve morale is to settle a reasonable, respectful contract with us as soon as possible. Besides all of the countless hours that we put in working with our students, researching, planning, and preparing for our instruction, over the years, we have helped continue the educational opportunity for over 60 students by fundraising and sponsoring college scholarships for the students here at our high school. Since its inception 6 years ago, we have donated generously to support over 400 students with the annual Giving Tree each holiday season. These, along with the numerous other fundraising opportunities over the years of Dollars for Denim, food drives, school supply drives, blanket drives, coat, hat, scarf, and mitten drives that we have always generously donated to, show how dedicated and committed we are to our communities, our students, and our families. Now we ask that you show the same commitment to us, our students, and our families by ensuring a smooth upcoming school year by having our contract in place. That way, we can focus on the needs of our students and helping them become the best they can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Doris Harmon Warren, Illinois Budget Crisis and School Finance Question.
Good evening. I was just wondering, I was looking at today's board packet online and I saw a lot of issues in there that are related to finance, the IB program, the continuing renovation at the middle school. And I've also been hearing in many places around the state that schools are looking for every possible opportunity to cut their costs because as of right now, there is no budget for next year and there's no appropriation for K-12 schools. I was expecting to see some kind of discussion of that, but I didn't see anything. And I really am wondering, what are you going to do if that school funding is not in place in August? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lena Thomas. Predatory acts.
Good evening. I would like to stand before the board and personally express my concern and displeasure. Approximately 10 days ago, I learned that at least 2 members of the Board of Education requested and sanctioned district employees to follow my son around without him knowing, without my permission, and without my son knowing. The board took pictures and asked other students about his whereabouts. As representatives of the school district, you all have access to some very personal information regarding all children. You also know that my son is a minor. It is also important that you also know the law. Following, taking pictures, and asking about a minor without the permission of a parent is considered a predatory act. I also have learned that you all have taken the liberty to discuss my son via email messages, phone calls, and social media. As a parent, the safety of my son is the most important thing in the world to me. As elected officials, you all have taken an oath to serve and protect all students. In regards to my son, not only have you failed to do this, but you have stalked him in a predatory manner and defamed his character. Being a kid today is hard enough, but because of your actions, my son has been embarrassed and has faced unnecessary ridicule. So for this reason, I am requesting immediate information through the Freedom of Information Act, and I'm requesting a copy of all emails sent or received from May 30th, 2016 through present day mentioning my son. As a taxpayer and as a mother, this is a predatory act towards my child, especially my son. My legal representation and I anxiously anticipate your immediate response. Following your response, we will indeed seek action against the individuals for slander, defamation of character, and predatory acts against a minor.
Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Pate. Predatory acts.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Pate. I am a student of the school district. A few weeks ago, I was at a football camp like other students from Crete Monee High School and MEC and recent graduates from Crete Monee. I paid my fee to be part of the camp. I was at practice and some guy started asking other questions about me. He was trying to take pictures from far away. He was even taking pictures of my car. I am not sure, but someone said that they even seen him following me around town. I just want to know, why are you guys bullying me? I am just a child. I would not do this to you. I am a kid trying to do right and make good decisions. Do you support me, or are you trying to send me to jail for some reason? What did I do to you? Why are you following me? Your bullying is scaring me. I hope you are not doing this to other kids. I'm just scared and I want the bullying and following me to stop. Please stop saying things about me on Facebook. I do not know you and I respect you enough to not disrespect you behind your back or to your face. I'm just a normal child. I mean, you guys are embarrassing me in front of my friends and the world. Please, from the team, still asking, what did I do? Am I going to jail? And telling me stuff their parents are saying about me at home. Instead of judging me, can somebody please help me? I am a child and I am asking for help for some adults that care.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I know we shouldn't be responding, but I'm hearing some things that's very disturbing, and I'm not sure what's going on. And I do recall the young man in some manner being presented before the board. So has all the information been shared to the superintendent of what's going on? You don't have to answer. It's not a dialogue. So superintendent, I would hope you gather all the information of what's going on, because I heard board members that could include me. I'm shocked. I don't know really what's happening here. So I stood for that young man to have the opportunity to make things right. And I hope he's doing that. And he shouldn't be punished to the point where he does not have an opportunity to fulfill his dreams, being football, being a band player, or mathematician in some manner. We have obligations to train our kids, to teach our kids. That's our number one mission.
As we move into board updates, Mr. Brown started his response to this. As far as I'm concerned, this is an update. This is a conversation we need to have as a board. I was contacted by community members asking about this issue of apparently the Board of Education not supporting one of our students participating in football camp, and that we have made a decision that prevented this student from participating in this camp. I have been asked questions about the actions of board members, and I don't feel it's my duty to answer those questions. I was not one of the board members involved in this. I was not one of the board members who contacted the superintendent about this. I was not one of the board members who literally demanded that the student be removed from the premises. And so I want to offer to our board members that were involved the opportunity to explain your actions.
We made a decision at a board meeting that cannot and should not be discussed in public. If we would like to discuss it in closed session, then I think that we should go to closed session.
This is not closed session. I'm not talking about the decision. I'm talking about the actions of the board members.
We made a decision in closed session.
You said that.
About a student. The decision was that he is not eligible to participate in extracurricular activities.
That's not a decision that was made.
He signed an agreement when he went to MEC that he knows he is not allowed to participate in extracurricular activities. I asked the superintendent about it. I got the response back. I did not discuss it with the public. I have no idea what any other board members did. I asked the superintendent. This has been going back and forth between the superintendent and his cabinet and other members of the administration. That is my involvement in it, and that is what I will admit to. And as far as discussing any student issues, I'm not going to do it in open. Thank you.
So I'm going to comment. As you indicated, Mrs. Galbraith, I certainly was not a guest sparrow. I apologize. I am not privy, nor have I ever been privy to the discussion that you refer in closed session or out of session. What I do know is we make decisions, we deliberate in closed session. We don't make a final determination until we come into the open session. And in open session, we did vote. We voted 4-1 about the abeyance of a student to be transferred to the MEC. That is open to discuss. That is a public discussion, and that's nothing that we need to not discuss. So the student was sent
to MEC, which is our school district's alternative school. If we do not, and there was, to my knowledge, I would like, Superintendent, if you do have a copy of an alleged form that the individual signed that says that they do not and cannot participate in sports. And if we do have one, I ask again, as I've asked over and over.
Dr. Spence, do you have that document?
When do we make, I'm still talking, when do we make a consistent effort to make changes for one student? I, for one, am well aware of students who participate and who attend our alternative school, who participate in sports, being students at the MEC. So I want to know what the difference.
Speak to any other students.
I'm
I just
speaking
know
to
this one.
our practices as a school district and our protocols, and that goes for every student. There was no separation or variation for any specific student, including this one to my recollection. So what I would like, if there's such a document, because I don't recall voting for such a thing, I wouldn't vote for such a thing because we already have in place where students are allowed as part of their restorative practices at MEC to translate or to matriculate back to this high school, which is where their parents also pay tax dollars for them to attend. One mistake does not constitute an individual to be banished to the alternative. If we don't believe that the alternative school is that indeed alternative, then we shouldn't have the school shut it down. If it's alternative and we plan to restore students and bring them back to our high school after they've made mistakes or perhaps, what should I say, they've made grounds of recovery, then what actually is the purpose of MEC? I need to know that, and I need to know where this piece of paper is because it was not presented to the Board of Education in closed session or out of closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Do you all want me to answer in
Yes, please.
open session?
Absolutely.
or-
You have something to offer.
So the requirement for students who are transferred to the alternative program, it's twofold. If it is an administrative transfer, you have the option, if you earn the privilege of participating in different activities based on what behavior level you're on. So you earn that privilege back. In lieu of expulsion, which is basically an expulsion and abeyance, you still have that option. However, you have to have administrative approval.
Did the student sign a document that said that he knew that he was not to participate in sports?
Without administrative approval, yes.
And did his adult that was with him sign that as well?
Yes, it states that they cannot participate without administrative approval. So it's not that you can't, you just have to have administrative approval to do it.
Who gives that administrative approval?
The building principal, the superintendent, the high school principal.
So if a student can only be expelled by the Board of Education, then I believe that it should be the Board of Education that allows this. So we need to discuss amongst ourselves who the administrator is that can approve that. And if that is the case, who approved it?
Right, that would have to be for the board to
Thank you.
decide.
But, and you bring to a point, Mrs. Gasparo, exactly, we haven't done that. Our current practice is just what she just described and what I know to be a fact. I know at least 7 to 10 students who attend this school, even as we speak, who have matriculated from MEC to the high school, still being students. I know of one student last year who played football all year long while he was a student at MEC. It's been a common practice. It's not to say that we're going to pick on one child or any one children. We should make a decision. We can't make a decision on one student. We need to make a decision as a board, not to change it in the middle of a particular crisis or once we determine that a student is out on the football field.
I had no
We need
idea
to
that
do
there were
that
other students.
before we start pointing the finger at one child. We need to know what our policies and procedures are. Our procedures have been set in place. If the student is on level 6 at MEC, what's the level?
Level 6.
Level 6. If a student is on level 6, I myself, I mentored there. Clearly, if students are on level 6, we clearly can and they can come to this high school, which is their high school. Just because they got in trouble does not mean that this is still not their high school. Granted, We are trying to send them over for one measure of some punishment, but not exclusion to the point that they're never allowed back here. What is the point of the
I'm
restoration?
not saying they're not allowed
Then
back
we
here.
shouldn't be doing, whatever has taken place with this young man is inappropriate. It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate, period. Now, if we want to discuss something different at a later date, that's fine. But we shouldn't have done what we've done, allegedly done. And I, for the record, want to make it clear that I do not support any student who we have set aside their expulsion in abeyance with the idea and the caveat that we want to see them improve and to do better, not for their lives to be thrown away, thrown on the streets, as I have heard it said, because we don't care about them. Of course, we care about them. We don't like the action that they presented, but certainly there's restitution and restoration in it. And if we're not about it, then who is?
As prior to we officially going into our regular business part of our meeting, I believe Dr. Hall will read our mission statement, and that's what we are all about, plain and simple.
I would just hope moving forward that we seek to get understanding before we judge and before we believe something is what it is. I felt like that was neglected by board members that communicated with the superintendent. There was no attempt to get clarity of exactly what we did.
I asked the superintendent a question,
and again,
he did
Mrs.
not reply to
Gasparo,
me.
Mrs. Gasparo,
Maybe if I would have gotten a response from the superintendent, this could have been solved. Thank you.
you can talk to the superintendent about that, like you do. What I'm saying is, in the future, I would hope that this Board of Education gain clarity before they assume things have taken place and demand on their own that the administration does something. We operate as a 7-member board, not one. We do.
No, maybe we don't, because in the
And
emails
you're
that
right,
I read.
you're right, we don't.
Right.
You're right.
The
You're
emails that I
absolutely
read
right.
said that you're requesting the
You're right.
superintendent's resignation. 7 people, that's what the emails that I've read stated. However, not one, I don't need to get my information.
Let's reel this
I'm
back in.
reading
Let's
the
reel this back
information.
in.
The bottom line is this:
You
we
know.
must function whether we like each other or not. 7, not one of us can go and tell this gentleman to go on the football field and take a student off the football field. God help me if I did something like that. We'd be running it all over town. So not you, not anybody else has the authority to say, call me and let me know when this is done, because it shouldn't be done. It's something that, as you just indicated, should have been discussed with 7 of us or 6 of us plus yourself to decide if this is something, if it was a misinterpretation on your part. I've been a part of several expulsion hearings, unfortunately, and so I never have seen any such document that you indicated, but I would be happy to look at it, happy to discuss it further, but not on the back of one individual person. No, I would not. And that is what the email said. I'm not making it up. And again, it can be, we can discuss it or we can pull it up. Okay, well, that's what you should check. You should check the email.
Not her. 2 other board members asked for his resignation as a result.
Board members, I know we
Thank
have some gaps among each and every one of us, but at the end of the day, we have to come together and let's try to make this right. If it's behind closed doors or in some matter where we can try to make this right, we can, you know.
It's not. It's an open,
It's not a closed door.
it's an
If-
open
If
meeting.
whatever
issue.
it takes to make this right. Something is broke here. There's a
Too
big
much is done
gap
behind
and we need
closed
to
doors. That's the
make this
problem.
right. And I don't think we're gonna solve it tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments before we move forward?
I'm just going to say that I agree with Ms. Gasparo that
Of course.
I
Yes, it
didn't even
is.
finish the sentence.
Yes, it
okay?
is.
I agree with Ms. Gasparo.
Oh, it's a lot
that-
that's terrible.
that answers from Dr. Cunningham are few and far between. And I feel the same way about that. I've asked repeatedly for information, and I get nothing for 3, 4, 5 days. So I will say that I agree with you, Mrs. Gasparo, on that issue. And it is not clear in my mind that a student who is expelled and the expulsion is put in abeyance retains the same rights and privileges that a student in good standing in the high school that has done everything that he or she should do, met all the requirements, kept the grades up, acted appropriately, did not commit any acts of violence, that they should retain the same rights and privileges as that person. To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I would agree with Mr. Brown that we should have a discussion about this and make sure that we're all on the same page, and that what an expulsion in abeyance entails and what rights and privileges are afforded any student, male, female, as far as extracurricular activities and the ability to participate, and how that how it's different from the rank and file that have not committed acts that have wound up as an expulsion put in abeyance. So I think that discussion should be had, and I'd be more than happy to attend any meeting that we have that discussion. Thank you.
One final thing. I'm looking at the email for everybody that's saying your superintendent or our superintendent has not responded. So Mr. Teray, you sent an email at 10, I don't know, this is 10:45. Dr. Cunningham responded at 12:12. You responded back at 1:21. Where's the lack of response to your emails?
I had a discussion with Dr. Cunningham almost 2 weeks ago about a different matter, about CSK and a parent complaint about when is they're changing the times that the building is going to be open, and what are we going to do with that child? I think it was myself, Dr. Cunningham, and I think Dr. I'm drawing a blank here. Okay, Laura, Dr. Hirsch, we're in this meeting, and I still haven't got any feedback to give that parent. And I sent that information back to Mr. Cunningham again today, and it's about 2 weeks now. And that parent just wants to know what she can do with her child, because the times have changed. And that's just a symptom of what goes on when I routinely ask for things. It's 3, 4, 5 days. Let me run and talk to the attorney before I send you an answer. And I'm not getting answers in a timely fashion, and I told him that. So today he was responsive on this particular issue, but in general, it's not happening. So thank you.
Since you're talking about Dr. Cunningham wants to speak real quick. I speak to my board weekly in an FYI. When questions are asked, I get back to them. When the question was asked by Ms. Gasparo, on that email, there were 2 of us, me and Dr. Spence. Dr. Spence got back to Ms. Gasparo. She let me know later that she expects me to get back also, even if there's an answer. I'll handle that moving forward.
This is what I understand. Please verify if I'm wrong. Sent it to 2 other people, and it's yet to get a response from you.
I sent a response to the entire board of the final section, and you just said that a moment ago that you got an understanding. Second, Mr. Teray asked a lot of questions about CSK. He asked it to me and he asked it to my subordinates. We sent him different sets of information about it every time, trying to find the right answer. I finally asked him to come in and ask to make sure we're all on the same page. When he came in, he got the information from Ms. Hirsch. That information from Ms. Hirsch had been emailed to him prior to that. We work very hard to make sure that we get answers out. And sometimes there's a lot of things that are going on. And every time that I call the lawyer or that I'm checking on our actual regulations to see how we're supposed to act instead of just saying something off the cuff. That is the way that we're supposed to act. If it doesn't get back to you in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, I do apologize, but I do want to make sure whatever we tell you is actual and factual. We communicate. We communicate often. There have been weeks where you not only have gotten one FYI, but two. We make sure we communicate, and we will continue to do that.
And I believe there was an issue, Mr. Teray, with you sending emails to a different email address that came up multiple times. Did that get clear? Are you sure exactly which email to send for the superintendent?
That's been cleared up, thanks to our IT people, yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one more question? You don't even have to answer, but it is an open-ended question. Well, somewhat of a closed question. Do I have a commitment from this board to make it right, to deal with the issues that that young man came to the board with? Do we have a commitment to make it right?
I have no problem coming together with this board as I have pushed for, other board members have pushed for. Our community deserves a unified board, so you have my full commitment.
Thank you, Dr. Hall and Board Member Gasparo.
Mr. Cunningham, I want some clarity with regard to communication. This board agreed in some of our workshops that what one knows, all knows. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So when one of us, I think it was last year that I had the privilege of having, I don't know, for whatever reason, my email exchanges or the alleged email exchanges between myself and the superintendent reviewed via FOIA. So what I want to know is our emails are not private to you. If one of the board members has a question, it's most likely probable that it may be a question that I have and just haven't asked it. So we agreed to sharing the information. So when you send delayed responses to any board member, are we also getting the delayed response? So what we see in an email correspondence, it looks like somebody sends you an email, then we see the whole conversation, and then you respond back. So where's the lead time or the delay time? I think I'm hearing too that there's a lot of discussion or potentially discussion on the phone, but the only thing I know for a fact is what you have shown us by virtue of these constant emails. I mean, at least today we've gotten 4 or 5 of them where you're back and forth in an exchange. And I think Mr. Teray suggested earlier that today you're responsive, but in the past, I've seen the same emails. So help me understand between the verbal, the verbal discussions that may or may not be taking place versus the written discussions, because everything I have seen in the last week has been, and again, it's been responsive one back to the next. So is when we do get together, I would love for you to pull these emails, because if you look at the timing, we need to figure out what our expectation is. What's too long? I saw one last week that says, I want this information by 5 o'clock. So have we come up with, as a full board, what is a reasonable amount of time to respond before we say that you have not physically responded or you're ignoring our requests? And I can honestly say, having sat on this board at least now for 8 years, I experienced, and I said that last month, I experienced this very issue with your predecessor. However, that is exactly how we came to the point at which to agree on what one board member is asking, all board members will receive that one answer. But before we didn't have that. So you would know what I asked, or how long it took me to get an answer. So I'm grateful for the progress that we've made, but it seems that we're still straggling somewhere, and I don't know where it is because I have not had the occasion. And again, I know how to call and follow up if a response. I've had email issues where you say you haven't gotten my email. At the end of the day, I follow up. Did you get my email, et cetera? And there's a response. So I certainly believe that everybody should be treated fairly, and there is no inequality on this board. It won't be for me, because if I have a question and I want an answer, I expect an answer like everyone else does. And I'm just trying to understand where the gap is and where we can bridge it. But according to this flow of emails, you're doing that, but where's the gap? And I think that's what you need to find out, because it's evident here, one after the other, a request, a response, a request, a response. Where are we missing it?
But I think that would be on the burden of the board members that are claiming that. If we're saying that he's not responding in a timely fashion, where is this gap that you're saying? And we need to talk about it with him. To my understanding, I feel like there were some challenges before. I feel like he has made efforts to ensure that we are getting more timely responses, him and his cabinet. So I'd like to say that publicly, they are working on that. So to say currently, I don't see that either. So if there's board members that can produce that evidence, by all means, please do. At this time, we'll move forward with administrative updates. Ms. Hirsch, curriculum.
Well, I'd like to consider this a good news report. We did get, after the last board meeting, we did get a letter from the International Baccalaureate Organization that let us know that Crete Monee Middle School is now considered a candidate school for the middle years program, and that we can move forward with training and implementation.
Absolutely, wonderful.
Awesome.
Thank you for that update. Update now, business middle school edition update.
Good evening. Included in your packet is an update from the district's architect, DLA. Since this update was provided, I'm pleased to report that if you drive by later this week, you will see windows being installed and the roof will be finalized next week. We anticipate full enclosure by July 7th, and things are really moving forward quickly at this point. Additional information will be provided as it has in the past in the weekly FYI.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask one question, please?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't have time to look at a lot of the stuff that was being added at the end. Where are we standing on how much overtime is going on and what actually is taking place? Do you have time to give us a little quick overview?
I sure can. Each week, the overtime is presented to me as well as the architect, and we discuss it at the weekly, immediately after the weekly construction meetings, and it is approved. We are still well within our contingency budget. We have approved roughly $59 million of I'm sorry, 59,000 of a $500,000 contingency. So we are well within our budget for the project. We are monitoring it closely. There have been requests that have been denied. And even with the strike and the tank and everything that's going on, we are well within budget at this time. It depends on the week. It depends on, it depends on the week. It varies based on who is in the critical path and who is dependent on who. I know that the electrician, the paving company, and the roofer has been working. Interestingly enough, the roofer is currently doing overtime at their own expense because after the strike, they went to another job site and it took them several days to come back once the strike was over. I believe they anticipated the strike would be longer than it was, so they're incurring overtime at their own expense. So we're monitoring it very closely, but the trades change week to week based on the needs of the project. You're welcome.
I'm sorry, I do need to backtrack. The superintendent did have a board update. My apologies.
Thank you. I would like to propose a quarterly review of legal information. Once a quarter, starting in July, we will have the legal team come and brief the Board of Education on legal updates and law changes. The legal team will take questions from any and all board members and answer them. If it is the pleasure of the Board of Education, we will have these meetings in July, October, January, and April. This meeting would keep the entire board updated on our legal issues and any changes in law. Is this the pleasure of the board for me to set up these meetings for legal review?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you.
What were they, July, October?
No, I didn't. That was July, October, January, and April. And I will include this in our next FYI also. No, they'll be at the regular board
regular
meeting.
board
We'll just have a
Closed
short
session?
closed session for them to go over it.
Terry, can we make sure that these appear on our board calendar? Yes. Yes.
I would like to suggest that maybe that be considered a different night, so we're not here till 3 o'clock in the morning. Rather than do it in a regular board meeting when we have 500 pages of stuff and probably 40 questions for our legal team. To sit in a closed session for 3 hours is exhausting. Can we do this on at a special board meeting and just have an hour, hour and a half, whatever it takes to ask questions with our legal team when we're fresh, like 6 o'clock at night or something like that? I would personally prefer that rather than sitting, it gets later and later when we go into discussions like this.
Could we consider doing that if we're going to continue the committee of the whole meeting?
Those are long, I mean, we just had one.
We just
Are
had one.
gonna
Well, yeah, what was
know
it?
what the general layout of that? I mean, we were till what? We had.
Well, we were there.
It was 3.5
Three and a
hours
half
for that
hours
one.
with that. But the other thing is, would it be possible, the consideration of the first one, I would imagine they have a whole lot of stuff to tell us initially. But if we're doing this quarterly, why would we have, I mean, it's just repetition unless we're being unfortunately litigated on a regular basis. So why would we need to have?
I could concede to that. The first one being in a special meeting because there's a lot of information to be shared, and we have litigation against the district, et cetera, and I'd like to get some answers on all those things. But yeah, you're probably right on that after the first one, it could probably be done in 45 minutes, Yeah, I would agree to that, but the first one, I would request that we do it in a special meeting and get the answers we need, and with enough, I would also request that we get some information on what's pending so that we don't walk in there and not be able to ask the questions because we really don't know what to ask, a small brief on pending litigations, et cetera, and we can go in and we can ask the questions we need to ask rather than read it all right there and there and try to devise questions when we have no time to prepare for it. So, something in advance, a little brief, and then go in and ask the questions, especially, at each of these meetings, but most importantly at the first one.
I attended I'm sorry, Mike, are you finished? You finished?
Yes, I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I attended a board meeting maybe a week ago at another school district, and it was a closed session meeting. They actually had the closed session meeting before the regular board meeting. So we may want to consider
Some
that
boards
because
do that.
that could drive us to stop at a certain time, a hard stop at a certain time. But this may, when we have, because we're obligated. Okay, but we have to try. We have to be innovative. So we may want to consider that, if we can start, post it 48 hours in advance. We have a meeting, we go into executive session, we can do our roll call and all of that. And then our regular board meeting portion, or the regular portion of our meeting start maybe 2 hours later.
I could set that up.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
And send something out if the board would be interested. My previous districts did that.
Okay.
Where all closed sessions were at 5 or 5:30, and then, of course, your regular board meeting started at 7. So
See, this way, if we know, yeah, but
My
if we
only
know we have a
concern
closed
with
session.
that is, I think this needs to be a broader discussion in regards to how many items are brought for closed session.
So absolutely,
Because the boards that I know that do that, literally, they're 30 minutes long. It's 30 minutes before the board meeting, and they're able to do what they need to do, or, they've looked over the information prior to having the meeting, and that tends to work. We've had closed sessions that have had multiple items to discuss, and I don't want to put us in a predicament where we have scheduled an hour closed session, and then it's, we have to, stop and go into the regular board meeting. I think it's a bigger discussion, again, of us, finding ways of not loading the agenda like we tend to do sometimes with Mr. Teray. If we need to call a special board meeting, at some time, or if we do continue with the committee of the wholes, having a special board meeting instead so that we can vote during those times. I just don't want to lock us into that beginning time that now we know we have to, stop and not necessarily tend to every agenda item for closed session.
absolutely. Just have to manage our time and manage the meeting, manage the agenda, what we're going to put on it, how many items we're going to have in closed session, do a dry run on it, and make it work.
would it be the pleasure of the board for me to look up and send something to you about the number of closed session items that we could have and a pre-regular meeting, board meeting, to see how it would look? Would you like something mocked up?
Unless we know if it's an hour long, we know we're not bringing, but we've been in that position. I think we had a board meeting that had maybe 8 items we had to discuss in closed session. The question is, how can we not get to that point of, I think there were 4 or 5 expulsions and 2 or 3 personnel issues. And I know we don't control the timing of things, but maybe we need to look into more of using our special board meetings when we need to, instead of, I'm looking at this agenda tonight. All of these items are 12 items under business. That's a lot. And I know we have to do those because of what we're doing tonight. And I just want the board to know that I'm working with administration on how to better do our agendas and what can go in the consent agenda, what can we vote on collectively. And I actually have a couple of things, later on we could see about grouping, but I think that's the bigger question of, getting this agenda.
Dr. Hall, can I ask you a question? Were you, I sort of missed the trail there. Were you saying the same thing that Mike and Kim were saying about doing it the first time as a special meeting and then looking at doing it as part of committee of the whole?
No, I was just saying using the special board meetings. I know he talks about doing that.
All the time?
As
For the
needed.
legal thing?
As needed. But what I was saying was, I think, which one of you said the committee of the whole, using that, also to bring in the lawyer updates. And also, I don't know, do you think quarterly, you propose quarterly? Is that, because remember, we got to pay these people to
I
come out.
propose quarterly to make sure that we're all updated. If we get to a point where we're comfortable that quarterly is too much, we can always let them know your time is not required.
I think
this
the
quarter.
biggest thing is because there are three of us that have no idea what's going on legally. And I think that first session is going to be long, but after that, I mean, I know we tried to do this once before, and I think we got through one issue before we had to, our time was gone.
Right.
And, you know, I, for one, as a board member, have absolutely no clue what's going on legally with our district, and that's not acceptable in my opinion. So just getting that information the first time around will be a huge weight lifted off of me, and then it'll probably, I'm assuming it'll go much quicker after that. And that's just has to do with the fact that I'm new. So I don't know. I can't know confidential information from before I was a board member. So.
Yeah, I'm newer and I've felt this need too to be more informed about the legal issues facing the district, and I think this is a good way to get us all involved in communication from the law firm. And it seems like we've gotten into a more general discussion about how we handle closed session, but I'd really like to focus on the legal stuff and then figure out how we work closed session.
I would
in
just say,
general,
I
and
agree,
be-
right.
Become more efficient about it.
Right, and I
Yeah.
think we should, I mean, I've never been a proponent, none of us, some kind of secret mission message has gone out. None of us like to stay till 3 o'clock. But at the end of the day, I can't remember one board meeting in closed session, sleepy, tired as all get out. We work, we come home, and we're here. Nobody wants to do that, but there, as you indicated, those occasions required. I mean, you know, if you look at the tapes and listen to them, we weren't eating cookies. We were dealing with business. So at the end of the day, if for as important as this is, and I don't even say that just because you guys are new, even for those of us, there are issues legally that are before us. So we have a lot of legal issues that we all could be brought up on. Again, we need to just say we're going to submit. So if the thing is 2 or 3 hours, if that's what we're asking for, but we can't ask for it and then say it's going to be too much. I don't think it should be pushed into a committee of the whole because we just started that and we're already, me personally, I didn't know, I don't think I was so excited about it because again, I mean, there are questions to be asked. Are we going to get to the point where we're suffocating and not asking the questions, not getting the information? We've said here today, we're not getting enough information, or some are not getting enough information. That's the biggest piece for us to deliberate and make decisions. So we either got to do the time and get in there and do it. Janine, you had, you know, we just canceled a meeting. People are still living lives and things are coming up. So making up special meetings, as we've all found out, is a difficult task in and of itself. So let's commit to one and know that it's going to be lengthy. And even if we have to cut it and go to the second one, we can't even worry about money at this point because it's too many people that require the information, and it may help us. Maybe we could tell them, I don't know what the issues are specifically, but okay, settle that. We hire the attorney. So if it's, when we do get the update, we might be able to say, hey, that's been on the books for 10 years. Where are we going with it? But I think we have to put the time in.
My question is, when you hire an attorney for a school board, do they come to the school board and explain how it all works? I mean, is there that type of a training that a school board attorney does? Say you've hired them for the first time. How do they introduce themselves and how do they make it known what they do and what you expect of them? Is there, I don't know how that happens. Is that a possibility?
Well, I think they're an employee.
Because I don't even know if we know the questions to ask.
But I think they're a contractor, and this is my opinion. I think they're a contractor. And at the end of the day, we hire them. Our monies pay for them. So they should do based on the characteristic. And of course, the board changes consistently. They should do it based on, take, for example, I mean, in past years, we didn't know still about certain things until the issues were coming to a head or coming to a resolution. Otherwise, the conversation was had between the superintendent, and the superintendent would extract or submit the information to us, and that's how we knew. Again, these days, we are having some dialogue, or the superintendent is sharing some, but again, it's a lot of information. And I know just from experience that predates us, everyone sitting on this board and then some. So it's not
That's what I'm
been
saying. We
resolved.
don't even know where to start in a question when we'd say, we want them to sit down and explain. We don't even know the original question to ask to get the ball rolling.
What are you referring to? District or overall
No,
legal?
if you're going to have the attorneys come in and the very first one is going to be where they brief us on how it works or questions we have, I don't even know that we know the questions to ask. We're saying we could ask any questions. We wouldn't even know at that point without them telling us how the law works for the school board and what they actually do for the school board.
But we've all taken the school law training that
In
explained that.
generalization, but you're talking about your own law firm and what you expect of them and how they do it. I mean, I think they should be telling us how they promote themselves. How do they go out and get clients? What do they tell a client they will do for them?
I'm not understanding because you said you don't know what questions to ask, but you're saying questions to
Well,
ask.
you say it could take 3 to 4 hours for us, but are you saying then we would get questions out of what they spoke to us about? Why would we say we're thinking it's taking 3 to 4 hours on the first meeting?
I don't know.
Can
I guess that's where I'm getting
Well, I
that
think
from.
that,
Can I ask a question? Are we following our agenda?
Yeah.
Where? Where?
Ms. Galbraith, I think Mr. Turre talked about having a sort of docket for that first meeting at least of the issues that are before us, but you're talking about a more general kind of orientation and training with the.
So I think we need to direct the superintendent on what we want exactly. So are we all in agreement of a quarterly update, legal quarterly update? So
Yes.
starting
Yes.
there. Everybody? Okay, so now we need to decide, do we want them at the regular board meeting? Or do we want them at the committee of the whole? Or do we want a special board meeting?
I would say the first one, a special board meeting, and I think more importantly, we need to have that docket or whatever you call it. So, I think Kim made a good point. They are a contractor, but it seems like the cart's run in front of the horse here. We need to be able to act as a board to tell them to do actions that go this way or that way and have options presented to us. I don't recall options being put on the table. I recall we need to do this, and this, but I think there's probably options out there that we can explore to get things resolved and move issues on. And we all need to be there so we don't have to have 5 meetings to get to the point where we make a vote on directing our contractor on what we want our contractor to do. I think we're too quick to accept that, well, they're lawyers, so they know everything. I don't think that's the case. I think they should be able to present us with options to what's going on with case A, B, and here's your options A, B, and C. Which way do you want us to go? And we should make that decision on which way we want the contractor to go and resolving these issues, whether that be court or settlement or that's my feelings with these attorneys. I think we're just blindly following their lead, and we're not sitting there questioning what other alternatives are that we can explore to resolve these issues and get them out of our hair. And in the interim, the bills just keep coming in. So yeah, that's my feeling on it. So thank you.
So I can speak for the Personnel Committee because we have received regular updates on issues regarding personnel and legal issues in that. Those minutes are created in the closed session minutes by Terry, and they're available to all board members. We have also received legal updates by way of the superintendent. So that's the current practice. I don't want, I'm not sure if this is what people are saying, that we don't know anything about what's going on, and I disagree with that. But moving forward, we need to decide. We know we want quarterly. How do we want the information? Mr. Teray says special board meeting.
I agree with that too.
We struggle as board members too.
I was about to say.
Yeah, we struggle. I know I do.
We struggle coming together to have a special meeting.
And we struggle, trying to condense all of the different meetings we have: policy, finance, education, personnel, so on and so forth. And again, as Secretary Sanders alluded to earlier, that we had to cancel a meeting for whatever reason yesterday. So I know, I'm sure as many as you wear many hats. I wear a lot of hats, and I just no guarantee that I can just make it to additional meetings. It's been a struggle and a challenge for me. So I'm trying, if we can double dip, or while we're here, address, for a regular meeting or something of that nature, committee as a whole, we can address the issues on that time, just up front or behind. We have to struggle through it. It's just tough. It's tough for us to make a different meeting.
Well, the next question
I'll
is,
try.
does all
I'll
board
try.
members have to be in attendance to the event? So what's the protocol with regard to that?
I actually set this up to make sure that all board members, kind of like our emails, that all board members got the same information. That was the focus on having the meeting, to make sure that whatever was briefed to one board member was briefed to every other. And whatever informational questions that individual board members had, everybody else had an opportunity to hear it, so that that would either strike other questions for them, or they had the same common understanding as we left.
So we currently have 4 board members that want a special meeting. I am, along with Mrs. Gasparo and Mr. Brown, if we could put it in with another meeting, simply because we struggle to come together for a special board meeting. Not sure that the majority of the board would be able to attend these updates. So we could leave it where it's a special board meeting, and whoever can make it will make it. If that's how we want to do it.
Right, that's like any other meeting.
Right.
Those who can will. And I mean, it appears that this is one that most people will want to attend. I mean, we're bargaining for it, or we ask for it. So I would wonder why someone wouldn't attend. I mean, you said it earlier, it's still a choice. I mean, whether to attend the meetings, and it is a hardship. I don't care how many hats you wear. We have families, lives, et cetera, et cetera. So it's never going to be a good time. But I think, as Ms. Gasparo said earlier, and I know we have definitely discussed it, just one swoop of what's going on, what's happening, is not that difficult. And I think we should charge them to be, they know what's coming, what we're needing. I don't know who just said it, but I mean, what it is that you're dealing with. Are you close to a settlement? I mean, what all do we want to know? I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to get in depth, but what are our, what are the factors that are going into the decisions? Again, I'm a proponent of the fact that the lawyer is they offer guidance, but we, at the end of the day, say, this is, maybe we want to settle, maybe we want to go forward and press. But I don't think we know if that's what we want to do, because we don't know where they are, for example, in a process where you have had, like Dr. Hall said, updates saying, this is where we are with such and such, if it relates to personnel. But I don't recall lately where they've said anything about, oh God, I won't say it, but just various lawsuits that I know were filed before we even sat here. So where are they? Things can just linger. And again, it's still costing us money every time they go to the courthouse. So we need to maybe make decisions on what do we do with that. And I know people don't like the word settle, but the longer it goes on is the longer we're outsourcing money to that particular litigation. So I think we should dig in our heels. Like I said, with the 3 o'clock meetings, we make fun of it, but we didn't go in there. We didn't go in there and play around. It was necessary. And it has become less necessary, and that means something positive as well. But if it's necessary, let's, like you said, if we start back with here, then that must mean you have to take off something off this agenda, because that's as important as whatever is on this agenda for us to know what needs to be addressed with our lawyers. I don't see it. And so I agree, it is very, and particularly you said July. I've heard us all talk about vacation, and we deserve it. So that's going to be an issue. As soon as you start asking us what dates in July, we barely could get a meeting, last Monday and the Monday before that. So, and that's not unreasonable. That's not people taking off their work, the whole bit. And that's not going to stop, because people's lives are going on. So we know we meet the third Tuesday of every month, clearly, and we know we have been obligated to the committee of the whole, if that is what's going to continue. And I, for the record, I'll probably be there, but the committee of the whole, that's our first time. If we do something like that, I think it should be further down, because we're just getting acclimated to the committee of the whole, in my opinion. And like I said, you squeezed us to shut up. I'm just saying, I felt squeezed to minimize some of the questions that were asked, and I don't know that I'm gonna let you do that to me again. Okay.
So I believe the request was a special board meeting. We still on that? First one special, Mr. Toure. First one special board meeting in July, and then the remaining committee of the whole. Is that the agreement?
What's the date in July?
Yes.
Oh, hell no.
See, y'all just saying July with the air, but when? Okay. So
Yes. So Terry, please send the Google poll out for us.
For a special meeting for legal for July.
We know you love that.
Are we
A lot of fun.
again in July, or?
Yes,
Right.
Did you?
I was, yes, I have the date
Which
that we
is,
were going to talk about last night.
Okay, well, we have new business later. All right, okay, let's move from that. Thank you
so
all.
we'll get a follow-up on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going into our business meeting, I would like to read our mission statement. To ensure that every child is challenged to reach his or her full potential academically, socially, and emotionally as they grow and develop into thoughtful, productive, and contributing members of society. Okay, a consent agenda approval, Dr. Cunningham.
Dr. Cunningham, let's congratulate you. You made the hump, huh? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Consent agenda approval. I'm going to read out the things, and then, of course, you go from there, right? You want me to read first? Nope, I'll wait.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Consent agenda approval. A, Superintendent. Regular meeting minutes of May 17th, 2016. 2, Committee of the Whole meeting minutes June 7th, 2016. Committee of the Whole closed session meeting minutes of June 7th, 2016. 4, Board Workshop special meeting minutes of June 7th, 2016. 5, Board Workshop special meeting closed session minutes of June 7th, 2016. 6, Board Policy Approval, Fast Track. Business, approve accounts payable, agenda of bills. 2, approve payroll for June 2016. 3, approve treasurer's report. 4, appoint district treasurer. 5, advance approval to pay end-of-year bills. 6, approve budget calendar on consent.
Thank
9, donations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nine is not a part of.
I'm sorry.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Mrs. Gasparo,
Second.
second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. At this time, I'd like to read acknowledgements of donations. Mrs. Lane, Crete Elementary, would like to thank Ms. Danula Kuiken for all that Holland Company has done for the school with volunteering and generous gift of ice cream trucks. Nice. She'd also like to thank Rebecca Neagle for snow cone treats for field day. Mrs. Kelly Chesta would like to thank Nick Martino and Holland Company for their generosity towards their program and students and donating a mahogany table to go in the conference room at Crete Monee Early Learning Center. Mrs. Joanne Jones would like to thank Joe Besson, Scott and Helen Barbold, Neil and Barb Siegel, or Seigel, for their donation to their Girls on the Run Buddy Bench for their playground. Mrs. Caroline Daly would like to thank Ms. Julie Boyle for helping with the 6th grade center Panther Den, her volunteering at the school. A lot of donations to acknowledge. Ms. Caroline Daly would also like to thank Ms. Barbara Hatchett for helping with the 6th grade center Panther Den and volunteering. I'm not sure if this is a Mr. or Miss Reem Sala, teacher at Talala, would like to thank Stephen Quinn for their generous donations of laptop computers. Wow. Okay, and that concludes our donations. And on behalf of the Board of Education, we would like to thank everyone that volunteers and donates to our wonderful schools. Now moving on to our action reports. Dr. Cunningham.
The report we have first is IASB, Illinois Association of School Board Membership Renewal for the 2016-2017 school year. The issue is we need to renew the membership with IASA. Our justification is, I'm sure it is, IASB. IASA is a different organization. The Board of Education continues to express the importance of board development and connecting with statewide organization in order to be aware of critical school issues. As a school board in an ISA membership district, you are entitled to receive regular association periodicals, call on IASB leaders or staff members, participate in IASB leadership workshops and conferences on school board leadership and a wide variety of other current problems and topics, and purchase books and reports from IASB at reduced prices. As a Board of Education, you will have access to direct benefits from its memberships, including up-to-date reports on legislative activities, quarterly packets of school public relation tools, the expertise of IASB staff members who are eligible to meet with your board, information from staff experts. Board policy and past practice. It has been the past practice to be a member of this organization. For our strategic plan, priority 4 is to make effective, efficient, and equitable use of resources. For our community impact, the Board of Education will have a voice in deciding how the association represents school board before the public, the legislature, Congress, and other agencies. It is the recommendation that the Crete Board of Education renew the membership of the Illinois Association of School Boards for the 2016-2017 school year, with an annual dues being $9,096.
May I have a motion to approve the IASB membership renewal for 2016-17?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Gasparo,
Second.
second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Toure?
Nay.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. Next
Nobody
item.
called my name.
I didn't give Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry.
Oh,
You-
Sorry.
I got you first the last time, I'm sorry. I was trying not to get you last. My apologies.
Okay, I won't forget you.
He said yes. Didn't you say yes, Christian?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, efficiency plan, district efficiency plan.
Okay. The issue, the district has a structural deficit. Reductions are necessary to ensure financial solvencies. The administration examined areas for opportunities to reclaim funds for educational purposes while moving towards a balanced budget. Board policy and past practice. Historically, the district's expenditure growth has outpaced the revenue growth substantially. While the Board of Education had made significant cuts in 2010, those cuts were not able to be sustained. Upon arrival in the district, there were several items that needed attention right away. The first was finances. During my first year, an examination of the finances showed a deficit of $4.8 million that was projected to grow to $5.6 million by the end of the fiscal year. The district needed a plan of fiscally responsible spending that improved the district. A plan that improved the education of students in the district while using the funding that the district possessed in the most efficient way possible. These needs created what the cabinet calls the efficiency plan. It is important that we understand that this plan is not about cutting, deleting, or removing. The plan is designed to increase efficiency as the district moves to improve educationally. The cabinet examined areas for opportunities to reclaim funds for educational purposes while moving towards a balanced budget. Over the next 2 years, the district will continue to examine all areas of operation with the goal of achieving and maintaining balanced budgets as we improve education in the district. The goal of the plan is to reduce annual deficits, move towards balanced budgets, and improve education. Last year, we were able to add back physical education in the elementary school. This year, the plan is to add back elementary art and music. The district is in the second year of the efficiency plan. It is an effort to reduce annual deficits and move towards balanced budgets and to improve the education of students. The district's efficiency plan of 2014 has resulted in a district decreasing its annual deficit from $4.8 million in the fiscal year of 2014 to $2.2 million in fiscal year 2015, and to around $1 million in fiscal year 2016. That is projected. The district will continue to examine all areas with the goal of achieving and maintaining efficiency. The strategic plan. The recommendation supports priority 4 of the strategic plan to ensure effective, efficient, and equitable use of capital and instructional resources. Community impact. The community will benefit from enhanced instructional programs. Financial impact. The plan is intended to provide $2 million in reduction each year for the 3 years. A summary of the reduction plan for 2015-2016 was shown in the packet. For 2015-2016, we had an estimated savings of about $2.9 million. That was estimated. There were some changes made, and it's important as we continue to move forward in this process that every time a change is made, that we make sure we update the board. 2016-2017 plan reduction estimated savings are $1.338, $1.3 million. The recommendation, the administration recommends that the Board of Education approve year 2 of the 2016-2018 efficiency plan as presented.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the district efficiency plan? Moved by Mrs. Gasparo,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Teray, I believe.
Yes.
Any questions?
My same question. With the efficiency, these are projected savings.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked the last time, and I'm going to say it again. If we see in a timely manner that, I just want to say everything is not always, unfortunately, about money since we're in the business of education. So if we can determine that there's a hurt somehow to students, that we would, it's not we're backed into a closet because we're trying to be efficient, but we still need to, as you guys say, manage the mission statement or follow the mission statement. And it could very well mean that you would have to replace something, and we're capable of doing that. This is not a one-shot, shut it down scenario.
That is correct, ma'am. When we talk about an estimated savings of $2.9 million, that was our estimate originally. And we had some items hit us, like some class sizes, they got entirely too large for us to handle. So we had to hire additional teachers in some of the schools to ensure we did not have classes over 30. And when we have issues that come up like that, we will bring them, traditionally we had brought them to the personnel committee. Now, if everything continues to move in the right direction, they will come to the committee as a whole, and we will discuss the impact on the efficiency plan. But the focus of the efficiency plan is to improve education and become more efficient. We're not going to press the loss of education for our students or lowering the quality of the education of our students in order to save money.
Okay, and then I just want to make a comment then, because I don't, there is, an area that I totally believe that you said we had to increase classroom sizes, or did you say classroom sizes?
I said when
increase, add more classrooms?
Add more teachers, because class size, we had more students come in than we had originally planned in certain schools.
Okay, and so I had asked, and I would ask that you guys provide us with the data that would show what as a result of the reductions, because the question was, we took classrooms and teachers out of certain schools. We didn't replace them. And I want to know how that has affected student learning. At the end of, I asked that we would check it sooner so that we could affect some measure of change. the whole school year went by and we really were not able to affect the change. So you guys were telling me about the particular test scores and whether or not I could tell by reviewing the test scores. For example, remember we went to, what is it, the
MAP?
No. Well, of course, it's specific testing, but I'm talking about when we went to the beginning of the school year, to the school improvement plans, those meetings. And you could see the growth and the progress that happened as a result of the eliminations. So now I want to know, do we have any data that supports, yes, we saved some money, important, but at what cost can we get that information?
Yes, ma'am, we can. I think that we just need to design it in a system that's easy to see, because we've sent, if I remember correctly, the school improvement data out to you, but we should do a comparison so you can see the differences where it was impacting. So I believe we can do that.
Right, and me personally, I'm looking, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'm talking about just plain data that says, last time, because we had an extra teacher in a classroom and fewer, such tight space, this provided X, Y, Z. I know we don't get to have a Christmas party and have everything we want, but I'm just always going to be concerned because I still, in my own house, do what I need to do, regardless to how it's going to affect the overall. So I would expect that we would, and our house is the children.
Yes, it is.
So at the end of the day, did we affect them in their scholastic or academic progress by our decision on cut? And if so, again, we need to articulate that. And I don't know, I know in constant finance meetings, you guys are updating but I want to know data-wise concerning test scores, how that affects, because I think that's the meat and the potatoes for the average person, namely myself.
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Thank you.
I have a question. So 2015-16, we reduced our efficiencies of $2.9 million.
Planned deficiencies of $2.9 million.
Okay.
We haven't
And
finished
we're
the end of the year,
yes,
and we
and
had
we're
some
planning
movement.
another 1.3, so
4.2.
We're confident that these efficiencies can be met?
Ye-
Projected efficiencies?
Projected efficiencies. The challenge is kind of what Mrs. Sanders is saying. As we go into these efficiencies and as we work on them, it's about becoming more efficient, but it is not about
Right, I understand that. I just wanted-
making sure that we
These
lower
aren't
this.
just numbers that are thrown
No,
out there
no,
to
ma'am.
try to make a
No,
certain
ma'am.
dollar amount.
No, ma'am. If we,
I see what they are. I just want to make sure that we are confident that these cuts are doable.
the cuts are doable
Pending any
without,
unforeseen circumstances.
agreed.
I have a question about projected savings for this year. So I see a proposal to eliminate the Director of Communications position, and that makes me very nervous. I think that's an area that we really need to be a lot more proactive in, and I think there's a great need for communication with the wider community right now, and so I would really question that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, can you speak up? Well, I can't hear you.
Went out.
Oh, hello, can you
There
hear
you
me?
go, yes.
Yeah, I see in the projected efficiencies for 2016, 2017, overall, it's impressive, the savings we've been able to find, but I'm really concerned about the proposal to eliminate the Director of Communications position. At this point in the district, I think it's something we need to be a lot more proactive about and get out news about the district to our communities and facilitate communication with them. So I'm really, I'm not supportive of that recommendation. I don't know if we can pull it out of this or if I have to vote down the whole efficiency plan. That's how strongly I feel about it.
I couldn't hear the last part of your comment.
I said, I don't know if we can pull that out of the plan. I don't know exactly, or if I have to vote against the whole plan, but I think it's that important that we should maybe take a look at that specific recommendation again and really think about that. I think it'd be a big mistake.
Reduction of the Director of Communication. The challenge that we had, and one that we continue to have, is that as we make these cuts, as we, and we're not excited about those cuts either, but the challenge that we had was that everybody kind of felt the effects. This will affect me definitely, because that means that I will be involved more in the communication than I have been. I have a person that does the work and does a very nice job, and we've been appreciative of. But, you know, when I look at, do I do this, or do I have to do a reduction of a teacher? When it starts to be classroom versus us outside, the choice in the end became clear for us, and that is the only reason that we make those recommendations, because we would prefer to have the person. That is the preference.
Dr. Cunningham, can you tell me who will be doing the work of those two people? you're
That
removing
the
from
work
the
of those two
administration?
people will be split between the entire cabinet, including myself. We're going to all have to take
I'm
up
sorry, the entire,
cabinet.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's me. I moved away from the microphone as I said it because I'm looking at you.
So those two positions, the duties will be distributed to the cabinet members?
It would have to be for the cabinet members, yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a plan for that?
There's
I mean,
an
who's going to get what, so that?
There's
we know?
an outline for that, but there's not a fully vetted plan, because we hadn't sat down and finished the fully vetted plan, but we will have one before 1 July.
I too am concerned about the communications, and you know that we've been on this since I came on the board, and Mrs. Sanders and I have worked diligently to try to better our communications. So I too am very fearful of what's going to take place. That's why I'm asking. We have just pursued this and pursued this and pursued this, and it does scare me. It does scare me that we're going to end up falling to the wayside and really not following through on things, and that's my concern.
And our stakeholders have repeated the fact that they don't feel like they get enough communication. So is this going to have us fall further behind? I don't know what the answer to that is.
They don't get enough communication, what do you mean?
They're always saying that we're not communicating good enough with them. That's why we started the community forum, and we had the little postcards that went home, and it seems like we're moving in a positive direction, and now which is wonderful. I just hope that we don't fall back again.
I agree. My sense is that it's gotten better communication, and it is it's a professional skill. It's not just something that can be
Right, and that's my concern is.
divided up and split among
Right.
other people, other specialists in other areas.
Are the people that you're giving these assignments to, number one, do they know that they're taking on this added responsibility? And I'm not being smart here, but are they capable of the job that they're going to be given? I mean, Christian is correct. Director of Communications, there's a degree in that for a reason. And that person is good in it because they have the degree. So I guess my concern is, and I'm not saying anybody is not capable, but have these people been discussed? Like, does this fit in your realm of knowledge? Do you think you're capable? Can you learn? I mean, because this is gone and we have to keep it going. We can't let it be up here and drop down here and try to work our way back up.
I'm going to make sure that I'm clear. The Director of Communications is a professional position that you go to school for, that you do a great job for. I mean, the one that we have here in the district does a great job for it. The challenge that we have is not about what we'd like to continue. It's where our money goes. Where our money goes. What can we afford to do? You know, there is no way that my cabinet as individuals or even as a team is going to be able to do the same job that our Director of Communication does. No, I'm just making sure we're clear. You know, no one's saying that. Will we be able to communicate? Yes. Would we be able to have Mix It Up Day and all the days that we've done with the community forum? Yes, we would do those. Would they be done to the high level of the expert that we have? No. But the question is, can we afford that? That's the question. That's what we want.
And I'm not concerned about those special days. I'm concerned about the everyday communication, the everyday getting it out to our stakeholders, to our parents, the robocalls when something's going on, the letters home, the whole package, not just our special days. And granted, those are great. But every day we need to make sure that our level of communication is up here, not somewhere down here because we've gotten rid of the position. And I got you. I know we got to cut money. I'm there with you 1,000%. I understand it. But as I've asked you in the past, we looked at some positions and we were able to save them by shifting some things around. Mr. Anderson has said this, and I'm just going to reiterate it. I'm just afraid we're going to drop this ball, and we're already having the community tell us that they don't get informed of things and that they don't know about things. And I'm just afraid that that's going to go way down the gutter. And in the meantime, you know, we're chasing things. And I just don't want to have extra hours spent because we have to chase to try to figure out how to do something, is what I'm saying. I think we need to make sure that we're going to be proficient in how we do this. May I add something?
Can I ask a question on some other stuff?
Well, I just don't want to be put in the position of advocating for this position in place of a teacher or something. And I think we got, you know, but I don't think the choice is that simple. And I think we have some very complicated, challenging communications issues with our communities here. We got an image problem in some of our communities with this district, and I think we're doing a better and better job of getting out there and explaining the assets that this district has, and also the challenges we're facing and how we're facing them. And I think we need to continue to tell that story in a strategic way to all of our communities. And I just think it's really important. And so I would, you know, and it's just, I don't, you know, I wonder if you could look for savings somewhere else and not cut a teacher or, you know, or the director of communications position, because I just think that we're getting better at that. We need to get much better at it. And it's not, I feel like it's not going to happen if we don't have a professional focusing on it.
Mike, you were saying something?
Yes, I wanted to ask about a couple other things. I'll just say I agree that I think it's critical to have a director of communications, and I'll let it go at that. If it needs to be tweaked to make the job better, I'm all for that too. But I wanted to ask about the 4 people from the 6th grade center that I see down here. I'm on the same page. Eliminate 6th grade center night custodian. Eliminate 6th grade center head custodian. Eliminate 6th grade center food service manager. Eliminate 6th grade center food service worker. I see 4 people. I guess I was confused, or maybe you can help me, either Dr. Cunningham or Mr. Neal. I thought we had everybody placed from the 6th grade center that wanted to be placed, and we weren't going to be, you know, showing the exit to people because we put on the extension in the new building. Can you explain why these 4 positions are being eliminated? And the second half of that is this a taller tap, as we used to call it in the military? I see a head custodian here. Do they have bumping rights to keep their job and not, you know, a lesser tenured person, or not tenured, but whatever term you want to use, with less time? Can they bump somebody and say, I want to stay here? And someone with 2 years versus a head custodian that I assume has more time. I don't know. I'm guessing in this case, but how does that work? Can you explain to me how we got to this?
Well, these positions are either unoccupied, or the persons who are occupying them are in different positions. We had some openings, so that allowed us to move people without reducing force, without getting rid of people for that reason. As far as the head custodian, he was an interim essentially in that position. He knew he was going into it for a short period of time. He was the night custodian. He went to the day position, and he knew he was going to go back to a custodial position when it was over. And in fact, we're reassigning him later in the board meeting. As far as the other positions, they were either vacant or the people were reassigned to equivalent positions. So we aren't reducing any people, we're reducing the positions because we won't need them anymore.
Okay, so how are we saving this money then? why are we putting it down that we saved, you know,
Because we will no longer have,
$100,000?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The reason we're saying that we're saving this money is because we no longer have these positions. Where he's placed those other people were in openings that were not filled within the district. So no one's losing their job, but these positions, this money that we paid for taking care of as the sixth grade center is now gone because these would not.
Some of them, there are a couple that are being done this evening because they are in fact people who are being reassigned to lower paying positions. But everybody either has been or will be tonight reassigned, and then the entire staff there should have been accounted for by this point.
Has this all been negotiated with our union? Or is there a need to, how did this come about?
We're continuing the conversations with our associations as we've gone through this whole process, and so we're continuing that process with them, particularly with ACME, has requested an opportunity to discuss some things, you know, and get clarification on things. So we're continuing to meet with them, but we haven't violated any provisions of their contract. But what we're most interested in was trying to make these changes with as little impact as possible to people. And so when we had openings, I know there was some frustration. Some things didn't get filled, but we had 2 months to go. You know, we were sharing custodians and so forth, but that was so we wouldn't have to hire somebody and turn around and fire them. You know, it was so that we could reassign the people that we have at the sixth grade center who will no longer be needed there into open positions and allow the district to save that money, but also not require anybody to lose their job.
But there can be, there will be, if I heard this right, some reduction in pay?
Correct.
So there is an impact on these people.
There's an impact on a couple of people. Again, the one interim head custodian knew the impact was coming. It was a temporary increase for him. So it's going back to the same pay he had before that increase. And there's one other position that we just don't have need of. And yes, to answer your earlier question about seniority, another person had seniority, so this person goes into a slightly lower paying job.
Okay. I just want to make sure we do everything kosher with the unions and it's all negotiated. I don't want to put the cart in front of the horse and create a grievance, you know. But if I understood you right, we really don't have a sign off by the union on this at this point.
We have the right to make the changes as we decide that we need to make them. However, we do have procedures we have to follow, and that we have attempted to do everything that we're supposed to do. We've done what we had to keep the unions informed, and there have been certainly some conversations that we've had to have and that we will continue to have as this process concludes.
All right, thank you.
So my question went back to what Christian and Mrs. Galbraith said. Certainly, I'm slightly prejudiced in the area of communication, and I agree. I do that job every day, and it is very important to an organization to have a communication person, a professional, and again, there's no comparison between a communication professional and a teacher, period. But it goes back to what I was just saying about the test scores. At the end of the day, there are certain things you shouldn't do without in an organization. Now, when you tell me, and you maybe just clarify, I'm not saying no to anything, but what I am saying is, how many times have I said to ad nauseum to you guys, where I work, we have to do a lot of different things besides being the director of communication. So it doesn't matter any of these jobs. We can all pitch in and help in this process, meaning that communication is a must to articulate. When you tell me that some of your staff members, and I'm going to say this without any disrespect, I have no expectation that Mr. Neal, Mrs. Hirsch, and Dr. Williams will be able to adequately, no disrespect, fulfill that role. Here's the problem for me. We've been struggling, in my opinion, way before you got here. We're continuing to do so because there's plenty of things to do. And really, you guys need to be feeding the communication person is only as good as the information is being disseminated to them. So we need to do a better job with that. And I think Mike made the statement that tweak it. It certainly needs to be tweaked. We need to communicate more information. There's at least 2 or 3 other positions. I think I was remembering when we had to do this before, you talk about the community. Speaking of the higher ups, everybody was complaining. It's big at the district office. So I'm going to commend you for looking in your backyard first, because typically you guys look elsewhere, and so that is to be commended. But I think that's kind of what milk is to cereal. You just don't, unless it's brand cereal and it's boring, you need that individual. Now I say, I'm not, I can say it to Natalie, I can say it to anybody, I'm not satisfied with the level of our communication, period. I mean, and people have to be mindful of that these kinds of eliminations, or even when you say efficiency, is some reason that we're believing that we could do without it because we're focused on making a savings. I get it. But that's why any office or any person should make sure or ensure that we see a reasonable equity for a good bang for our buck. And we need to see that. Otherwise, these things can, as somebody said back there, they can be minimalized, they can be shared off, but you guys have to do a better job of convincing us. You're the superintendent of an entire district. Lyle, all of you guys, these big, thick packets, if you're doing just good to get those to us today for a review or the day before, that's a lot of work. So when they don't do it, we're going to be mad. I'm just telling you. I, for one, am going to continue to be upset about it because it's the information. I think it was Christian, you said we have an image problem. Half of it is because other people have told the story for us. There's a story and there's 2 sides to it, and people are only getting one because people have decided to state their case and not the case of the board. So I'm going to say that you guys need to keep your ace in the hole, if that's what it is, if it needs to be tweaked, if it's not if it's not, but since it's not meeting every measure of expectation, then we need to do something about that. The elimination piece may not necessarily be where it is. And you probably, at the end of the day, will suffer most, because if Lyle doesn't get the communication in, Laura doesn't get the communication in, they're probably not going to be, right. So we're going to call and look for you and your head and
agree.
That's it. But I just wanted to ask, so all of these, I think it's 2 in that area. Is that something that can be, you have 2 in that area from your administrative office? Is that the way I'm reading it?
That is correct.
Okay. And the other ones that make up that sum, the savings, are bodies? Are the other savings, are they bodies too, right?
Are you talking about are we on the same page on administration? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes. If you look at the top, that's a position there, or body, one after it. Then it says eliminate 6th grade center principal. And then, of course, right after the elimination, there is an addition because we added a middle school assistant principal since we put those people. So it was a body gone
Those
from, it was flipped.
Shifted out.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, so we talked about tweaking, meaning that there are some other positions that in order for, I'm just going to use the communication piece, in order for us to get a better brand of communication, that you could add some pieces to that. So you have all these, Janine, speaks to some conversations we've had, like those, our district various school websites. And if you calculate the number, there's no covering, because it's as important for the schools to articulate what's going on as is from the district office. But there's no sync, it seems. Schools do what they want to do, they communicate what they want to communicate, and it's not coming down. This is one organization. So why isn't, I'll just have a prime example. We had that SB 100 workshop. Several schools did not articulate that information to their parents because, again, was it fused down from the district that, A, this is an initiative that the head of your organization deems is critically important, and it needs to be, because we're having so much conversation about discipline, what should or shouldn't be, but yet we had very few parents participate in the very thing that we're having conversation and dialogue about. So help me understand. Okay, Jennifer, do you need me to stop?
I need to interrupt for a second. This is an addition to savings, correct?
I need to check that.
Sorry, that's what we were talking about.
So that was it anyway. Just that's my take on that. I don't have an issue with any others in that role. Understanding that we have to make some adjustments. I don't think any of us are in the business, because these are bodies, human beings that expect to come to work the next day. We've been charged, unfortunately, with a process of doing it. I don't think we're wanting to do it to our detriment is ultimately what we're saying, or for that matter, to your detriment. That's a lot of work. I know. Trust me.
I just have one last question on those two positions at administration. Have they been notified they've been eliminated? Okay, so we're discussing.
We're discussing it, and they're not eliminated until you would agree with the plan, and then, of course, that would be the discussion afterwards. I can't go tell you you're going to be eliminated and then have the board say you're not. That's what I was concerned about.
This approval of this plan is not official elimination of the position.
No, it's not.
This is just approval
But
of the plan.
it's approval
That
of
would
the plan
require
and for us to go.
a different.
Well, we have some other work that we'd have to do
motion.
if they agreed it.
Just say it once more. I don't know why it sounds mumbly in here. Do our mouth.
I said this is approval of the plan. The plan, which means it's not solidified. This is what is planned to be done. Eliminating a position would be a separate
Yes, we'd have to do.
agenda item,
Yes,
obviously for next month's.
Yes, that's
board
correct.
meeting.
So, but if we agree, we are agreeing to the plan to
To
execute
put it
this.
on the
Yes.
agenda, basically for him to move forward with putting it on the agenda.
So you're getting our intake, we've weighed in. Is it that you're going to go back and based on what we've offered, help me understand? Because I don't want to say, I'm in agreement with your plan, then you guys are going to execute something while we're away until the next meeting. When you execute this after we agree with the plan?
Those within the legal terms.
Because
that
I
you
know it has
could,
to be
but-
in a timely fashion.
Right.
So, and it is in.
But personnel has to be voted on by the board, so.
You said what, hon?
Personnel would have to be voted on. It would have to be an agenda item
But I
on the
mean,
board.
is that at a subsequent meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so this plan, we
I'd agree,
weighed in
yes.
and shared what our thoughts are.
Which is basically, you could approve the plan, but what I'm hearing is you're not approving the elimination of one of those positions. I heard
Are we
it
talking
clear.
about both the positions?
I only heard one so far.
Because that's the same thing with the HR compliance coordinator. Do we know who's doing that?
That would all head towards our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
That position, if it is eliminated, ultimately, we would have to figure out where those duties go, and we have not determined that at this time.
So of course, this is bringing it to the board to, bring it to us for the first time to get our feedback and thoughts. I have mixed thoughts on these. I understand the need for both positions. Director of Communications, I agree with Mr. Anderson, that's vital to our organization. And I agree with Mrs. Sanders. I feel like we can do a lot better with communications. I also agree with the former Ed committee in which we said we need more community involvement between the Board of Education, the district, and the community. We talked about seeking community grants, contacting donors. We talked about building a business partnership. This is what I would imagine this position would entail, because it's not just about communications, it's connecting, it's building relationships that we know that we need to do in an urgent way. So for me, it's more so about what this, if we kept this position, what would it really entail? I think if we keep it, we need to review it. We need to look at what we need to keep in, what would need to be taken out, because yes, I believe communication still needs to improve, but I feel like we've come a long way. I think the most urgent need of our district is that community piece that we are greatly missing. Now, a couple of years ago, we didn't have this position. As far as getting contacted by the media, whatever, the superintendent's office got contacted by the media, or if they requested something from me as the president, Terry would get the call, she'd contact me. You know, that wasn't in place. So I think this person has been back 2 years now. So for a few years, we didn't necessarily have it to this degree. I think also right now, we are paying an outsider to update our certain parts of our website. That's extra money. I would like to know how much that is. I just think we need to relook at, review this position, look at what we're paying all under that umbrella, and looking at exactly what we need for Crete Monee District. It doesn't always stay the same. As we evolve, new needs come, and we need to make sure we're meeting those needs. But for me, I see it more of a community issue, again, of connecting with our community, getting grants, getting, yes, our business partnership that we've talked about, getting back up and running. And I know I've even heard from local businesses that want to be involved in that. Also, there's stores like Target and Walmart that have community grants. That helps our district above and beyond just putting out communications. So is it necessarily a director of communications that we need, or is it a director of community involvement? I'm not sure, but I think we definitely need to really look at this and look at what we really need to spend money on. We just were visited today by our two unions who obviously, we're still in negotiations with, and we have to consider all of these things when we're making these decisions. And it's always a tough decision, to make as a board member, but we can't be, one-sided on this. We got to look at the entire picture.
So can the plan be adjusted?
The plan can be adjusted
to be
at the
adjusted.
direction. Yeah, there's a couple other adjustments that we
Yeah.
need to make too.
And if I had asked a question earlier in the day to Dr. Williams, and she responded to me, as we typically do on the day of a board meeting, back and forth on financial issues. And I thought I had my question answered, and it was just brought to my attention that the question possibly was not answered, and we just discussed it, brought it to your attention that the
Okay.
111,000. So I think this document needs to be changed before we can go forward.
Okay.
So do we want to move forward with the vote on the entire plan and remove anything? Do we want to put the plan off? Is this a need now to?
The timing, isn't it?
Is it timing specifically just on the plan?
Well, the timing on the plan is the new fiscal year starts July 1, and that was one of the reasons we wanted to make sure that we had this set up, but we could make adjustments after approval with adjustments. I don't have any problem with that.
So to Jennifer's point, with regard to the item that needs to be removed, can we not make a motion? I mean, because it just seems like, so there's been a lot of work invested in this aspect, which, I mean, to me is just a matter of removal, correction. Certainly do we not trust to go back and handle that, and of course to take into consideration our concerns about, because even what you said, Dr. Hall, the schematics of how to better facilitate the communication piece. And I think that's even going to be something that we, and I'm saying your board, we have to articulate in a better pace of what, because it's us out there in the pavement beating the flesh, what it is that we want and expect. As you indicated a lot of things, what should be expected from that office. And so, I mean, again, yes, tweaking it, no elimination of it, or, you know, you guys have done it before. You've made some measures of reductions. I don't know that that's one that you can do, but have some improvements, add to these things. I said to you earlier, I don't know how much you guys, Janine and I had a inquiry a few months back, remember, with the who does what at the individual schools, the various websites. And so when you ask the question, how much money are we expending in the communication piece, that should be looked at. And you certainly have room to reduce amounts, because Juan, are you there, Mr.? Okay. This, and I don't know, again, I just know about where we are. At our site, clearly everything is done in-house. We don't have an outsource, what did you say? We don't outsource to have somebody else to have to put information on the platform. Can we not bring that in-house so that we're not paying a subcontractor to do that work? Because this about 10, 15,000, I know from the last budgets that we looked at. That's a lot of money.
So we currently use a company called Civic Plus, and we have a outside person that we send information to update our websites. But our website is hosted by an outside company called Civic Plus.
Of course.
To host our website. Off the top of my head,
But we place the content on there, right? We place the content on there.
That is correct. We place the content.
They're just
but
a server.
They host the site. Well, we send the information to them and they put it into the
No,
template that they
there's
have.
other things. It's not that complicated. I know, and I think her name is Stacy Elliott. I'm not sure.
Stacey, yeah.
But it's been times in the past where she's been contacted just to upload stuff on there. And this has been for some years. This person has been in existence. So it wasn't just hosting. It was actual uploading.
There's 2 points. We have a Civic Plus is who we pay every year for the license for them to actually host the website.
Do you know how much that is?
Off the top of my head, I think I can't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's
And do
way
you know
off the top
off the top of your head how much it is to host the website? Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say this, it's actually compared to other districts in this area, it's an exceptional website. I think it's really full of information and pretty easily navigable, so I give you a lot of praise on that. I like the ideas about broadening the portfolio of the director of communication, and especially the community outreach piece. So if we were to keep this position, though, I'd be careful about paring down those outside services, because that may take more time. We just have to look at it, I think, and see how, But I really like the ideas about, the community outreach, and I know we cut a grant writer a year or two ago, but, maybe doing more work in that area so that it's a position that actually brings in some revenue as well as disseminates information. So.
Yes.
I just really think it's a key position that we're opening middle school is opening, and there's scheduling issues, and who knows, No blame here, but what's our plan B, communication-wise, if it opens late? How are we going to get everybody informed and registered? There's a lot going on, so I'm nervous with this timeline. I don't want to make a decision tonight about this position because I really think we're going to need that position certainly in the next few months.
So I have a question with that, with your question, to get clarity. I just think we need to get overall clarity on this position, period. Because is that the job of the superintendent to create that plan? Is it the job of the individual in this position to create that plan? Who should be initiating? I'm a little confused with that as well. Who actually initiates communication? That's I would like clarity on too. And I think, again, we just need to review the position and see what it entails and what we need. Does it match up? Is it something, do we need something different? Do we need to add to? I think we just need to really look at that. And I agree, Mr. Anderson, we got to be on top of this information with the addition and getting those updates out.
Again, so that we understand it here. The discussion that we've had here would mean that we would be eliminating or deleting that line. And we could not go forward even as the plan would, if you just approve the plan as is, because in order to do these two things, there would have to be another vote taken next month. I was just dealing with the communication because we had just talked about it. That's all I was dealing with, just communication. If it is the pleasure of the board that those two positions not be eliminated, we'll take them off and we'll move on and move forward. We don't have an issue with that.
I personally would like because really, you know, you guys didn't bring an alternative if you were eliminating the positions. There was no solid, how would we address these issues? So that in itself is, as a board member, I'm going to say hard for me to move forward on whether to eliminate these off of the plan or keep them on or whatever with the plan. Because again, got to project, we got to think, you know, what is the board going to ask? What information does the board need? And that information was not brought. I understand you're looking for July 1st. I would rather just remove the item.
Okay.
And update it, bring the information so we can see exactly, because these are huge decisions to make, but we can see exactly what you're proposing, what are any alternatives, what can we do, you know, in different scenarios. So that's
okay.
That's what I'm proposing. I don't know how the other board members feel about it.
Could I, if it's the pleasure of the board, take this back if you would just table it and go through it again, have it at our committee as a whole meeting, and then be ready to present it again and then have it approved at our July regular board meeting?
And is that within your time frame to advise employees as such?
It would be within the time frame for the employees that are set here. The other ones, when you look down at business and all of these positions down here that we just discussed, those have to go because we don't have a sixth grade center. We don't have, we won't have, I mean, those are already on for this evening because those are buildings that had been eliminated. You know, the discussion would be the ones that are in the administration. Everything else will still be ready to go.
I would, Dr. Cunningham, I would refer to an old Air Force expression here. If you're going to come with a plan to eliminate these positions and put the duties elsewhere, I would really like to know who the regular crew chief is when we need to go to someone with an issue. If an issue comes up in either one of these areas, we have a clear-cut idea who the regular crew chief is, who the person responsible for communication is, and we don't get into kind of pointing in different directions. A focal point for both of these positions, so it's perfectly clear to us in the board that if there's a question that arises, it's Joe Schmo's responsibility or Susie Q's. So if you could please get that clarified for me, I'd appreciate it.
I agree with Mike. There's a job description for each job. I think we need to make sure that we have each one of those things labeled, how it's going to work, how it's going to fit in time-wise. I mean, this is huge, and the expression willy-nilly doesn't fit in here. We need to have a set plan, timeline, and how each job breaks out and who's going to get that responsibility and that whole thing, because you're talking about two pretty involved jobs here, and both of them are important. So we can't just say, yeah, come back after we think about it. We need to know exactly how this is going to work.
Mr. Neal, is the one position that you, under your umbrella, that's administrative in nature, is that correct?
It crosses both lines, but it's considered a supervisory position. She does not receive administrative benefits.
And I apologize, I didn't mean that. When I'm in education, you guys say administrator, I'm meaning that, because you're surprising me again, saying that it was a supervisory position. The last time we made an adjustment to that particular role, because it's always been said that we have a lot of chiefs, and particularly, I must say, it was your office. So I ask again, when you guys go back and look, because I'm going to go back and say I commend you for looking at the district office opposed to outside. And I'm not, I'm not cheering for cuts, but I certainly understand cuts, and I don't know that you would have just brought them here. Somehow, I have no expectation that you guys are going to say anything other than we need these people to stay. But I think we do need to, because as far as I know, and that's what counts, is what we understand the positions to be. Supervising who? Who are we supervising? You have 4 people in under HR umbrella. So I'm going to ask Crete Monee the same as corporate America does. Why isn't 1 or 2 people, can they not absorb? So not only bring me back the job description, but that's why I said, is it secretarial? And I don't mean that in that particular nature, but administrative, meaning if it's paperwork, cannot somebody else consume that task? Because if we have to make some adjustments, we have to make some adjustments. And it's to be felt, unfortunately, everywhere. We're constantly trying not to touch the kids, and we've heard all the union discussions. So again, that's going to be valuable information. We've been told constantly at conferences galore, we need to make the decisions based on the data and really what's there. So I'm just telling you, for me, a bland job description, because I know what's going to happen. It's going to be this thick. They do this, they do this, they do this. It's what else can somebody else do that would fit in, so that we can find a savings. We have to find a savings. There's no question about that. And whether we are, very sorry about the scenario, we still have to find some measure of doing it. Now, I'm not going to, support to our detriment, but if it's a necessity, we need to figure that out. So I don't want you guys to go back and think, at least from what we're saying, from what I'm hearing us say, we're not saying we don't want to cut, but we're saying prove to us, show us something, because once it's done, it's done. But we've had that discussion, and I apologize because you weren't here. We've had that discussion about that particular position, and so we need to, it keeps coming up, which strikes me as, is it really something, a necessity? And are we, utilizing it as a measure of a crutch? So I really would like to know that answer once and for all, and especially even now that you use the term supervisory. When I think of somebody supervising, do they have somebody that they report to them?
So does somebody report to this person?
Well, I guess I use that word, maybe call it managerial or supervisory. She doesn't directly evaluate any employees. I evaluate all the employees for the HR department. Where she comes in is a lot of her duties help with investigations and managerial tasks with regard to non-certified staff. If her position was reduced, the only person who could take on those duties would be me, because there would be nobody else in the department that would have that authority. Any other pieces that could be parceled out to others, we would do so. I mean, if this position is ultimately eliminated, it will cause some serious rethinking of the structure of the department. Unfortunately, while the department has had a reputation for having a lot of people, the fact is it's a very people-intensive work. It's not all electronic. It's not all something you just punch a few keys and it happens. And so we have to look at the services we provide. Are they all absolutely essential? If they are not essential, maybe a reduction in services elsewhere frees somebody up to take some duties. It's more of a study of the department as a whole rather than just this position, which, this went into the efficiency plan. I'm not saying in any way I did not support the efficiency plan, but I'm just saying we have not yet had time to do that full review to see what would be the smartest, most intelligent thing for us to do.
So you weren't a part of the discussion for efficiency? Is that
I was, but the detail we're looking for, I have not had the opportunity to do.
Okay. And I just want to finally say that you see what Mr. Neal did say is that that's a job. He clearly stated that he can, no pun intended, absorb, because he knows all of his employees' jobs, I'm assuming, and the compliance piece, period, is someone in a higher authority anyway. That's something that can be absorbed, opposed to what you're suggesting in the communication role. I don't even know that we should even consider that, because you are the superintendent. Big companies say we have the treasurer. You're not the treasurer of the facility, and there's a reason for that. No one person should be guiding the ship in that nature, because something's going to be missed. But I think what you've just stated helps to explain, at least, and I'm not condoning the separation or anything, but I'm just saying certainly that is at least different from this other thing. And when we evaluate it and look at it, someone can do that job that we can reasonably expect would have the same effect in the job, and even more so because it's the head of HR altogether. Would I be fair in saying that?
You would. The only qualification is I'm certainly saying I can do the duties. That's not a problem. The problem is, can I do the duties in addition to all the things that are already on the plate? And so again, if we look at all the services we provide and we determine that there are things that can be prioritized, then we would have to have that conversation here, because some of those are near and dear to what the board would like to see our central office do. And if we eliminate those, then that would free up time for others to take over some of the other duties, and possibly things that I do that I could delegate. And that would, in the end, might make it so that all the duties would fit with me, and it would not make me put in 100-hour weeks. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's move forward. So do we want to postpone this efficiency plan approval?
Is it table or postponed?
It's postponed.
Did we make a motion?
No, we didn't. Oh, did we? I'm sorry.
So,
Moved it, and Mr.
So we would
Ray
need her to
seconded.
withdraw her motion if we want to move forward with,
or we can't just move to table it, or?
It was a motion.
I will have no problem rescinding my motion.
Does that need a
Okay.
second?
no.
You guys have been tag teaming.
I'm here.
Can I have a motion to postpone the approval of the efficiency plan to be reviewed at the July Committee of the Whole meeting with supporting documentation for the two positions discussed?
That is correct.
And the error in the other.
And, there was an error in a number, right? Okay. That's a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mrs. Gasparo.
They said it's.
Oh, they both said
They
it.
said same time.
Yeah. That was
Double
an
second.
honest
Double second.
call in this. Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith.
Aye.
Mrs. Caspero.
Aye.
And Mr. Teray.
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye. I do want to note that it is 9:02 p.m. Just bringing that to everyone's attention. Okay, now curriculum, action reports, approval of Title I school-wide plans. Ms. Hirsch.
Thank you. At 9:02 p.m. This is a request to approve Title I school-wide plans for Crete Monee Middle School and Monee Education Center. Title I is our federal grant that supports schools with free and reduced lunch rates above 40%. While all of our district schools can qualify as Title I schools, we currently have 4 Title I schools in the district, Balmoral, Crete, and Talala Elementary Schools, and Monee Education Center. Previously, and we discussed this a little bit at our education meeting a couple of months ago, previously Title I funds had to be used for resources that were in addition to our regular instructional program. So we had to supply, it's called the supplant or supplement rule. We had to do in addition to services. Now the rules have changed, and the rules are now allowing more flexibility in how we spend those funds. We can now spend them on things that were once considered part of the regular instructional program and things that were considered a local responsibility, such as textbooks, assessments, those types of things. In order to use the funds in this new way, schools must be classified as Title I schools, and they also have to have a board-approved school-wide plan. Crete, Balmoral, and Talala already have those approved plans. I believe we did them in February or March. Monee Education Center is already a Title I school, but they've been running what we call a targeted assistance program, which means that we put in a specific service for a specific group of kids, which is their reading program. But they don't have a school-wide, approved school-wide plan. Crete Monee Middle School is not a Title I school. But it does qualify as a Title I school because it's at a 68% free and reduced lunch rate. In order for it to become a Title I school, we need to approve a school-wide plan for that building. And then once we do that, we're able to allocate funds to all of our Title I schools. In addition, in addition to the middle school and Monee Education Center, also Crete, Talala, and Balmoral, we can now use this more flexible spending. So once we approve that, we can allocate the funds to all the schools. The school-wide plans are in your packet. We've worked with our Title I consultant this spring in developing those plans and learning how to spend the money in this new flexible way. And we're recommending that the board approve the Title I school-wide plans for the middle school and Monee Education Center. The middle school, we will be able to use the funds to pay for some of our IB expenses. And for Monee Education Center, we will be able to use funds to increase technology and help them with alternative education resources.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the Title I school-wide plans, improvement plans?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Sanders.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Galbraith. Any questions?
I do. I have a question. Can you send me something, or is there such an animal that exists to where that I and my trying to quote Bill O'Reilly here, I'm a simple man with simple questions. Okay, Fox News. Anyway, poverty rate. Is there something that is uncomplicated that you can send to me that defines what poverty, what what is poverty rate? How do you qualify for being considered in poverty when, you know, is there something in paper out there that says, here is what a poverty person is, and here are the requirements to be considered in poverty, where, you know, the word poverty means, you know, I'm like, what's his name, Ratchet in the Christmas Carol, you know, I'm out there suffering, and Cratchit, is it, or Ratchet, whatever it is, you know, I don't know.
Sure.
You know, you understand what I'm getting at,
I do.
Laura?
I do.
Is there some way, you know, 69% of this community doesn't seem to be starving, you know?
No, there's actually two calculations, and I know Dr. Williams is itching to get in on the conversation, but there are two calculations that are done with regard to poverty rate. One for Title I. One has to do with the poverty rate within the community as a whole, but for title, and that determines our allocation, how much money they're going to give the district. The other one that's used for classifying schools is simply the free and reduced lunch rate, and if it's above 40% of the students in the school. And that's through our food service that qualifies those students. So I don't know, Dr. Williams, if you want to add.
Mike, if you go to the IllinoisReportCard.com and put in our school districts, and you go to the tab marked students, there is a menu down the left and it says low income. You can click on that and it tells you the percentage. So I'm looking at our district right now. It's listed at 69.5% overall low income. And if you look in the box below, it explains it. It says this display shows the percentage of students in this district eligible to receive free or reduced price lunches, live in substitute care, or whose families receive public aid. So that's the state's definition of low income.
Is that eligibility for free or reduced lunch is done by family income? Is that right? Is that
Free and reduced?
Yes,
Yeah.
It's family income,
Do we know what the
amount of students in the house, amount of people in the household.
Here's a chart I can send out to the full board, if that's your pleasure.
And I believe they are getting, the last I heard, they're going to be tightening that up a little bit.
Who?
The federal government with that program.
It's done through the school lunch program. So that's.
We did do some.
Because I think the qualifications have stayed the same for a few years now.
But we as a district, or we as a board, a few years ago, did some measure that we could, or what we could, because it's, of course, you know, done by the government, but remember, oh, you weren't here. Where you were, she wasn't, I'm thinking of Mr. Cruz.
The screening
But
process?
remember the screening process, because I think
we
and
did away
help
with
me
that.
if I'm understanding your question, Mike. He said, I think he had the percentage of 69%, but is your question, is there disbelief that there is that much poverty in this community? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is I wanted to see what the formula is for it,
The
because,
formula, okay.
you know, I didn't get a Social Security raise this year because there was no increase in costs, you know? How does, you know, the federal government said nothing increased in costs, so I don't need any more money to live, you know? So, you know, I'm just trying to see if they keep up with it and what formula they use to determine that, you know, if there's been no cost for me, there's been no cost for community members in general, you know? And, you know, I just want to see what formula they use and how it's calculated, that's all. And you know, just to understand it better.
And actually, Laura, I don't know which figure you're using. The middle school is listed, this is 2014-15 data.
Right, I have to.
70.2%.
What I have to do for the grant, when I fill out the next
use the year
application, is I have to use I use our June 1st rate, and we pull that from Skyward, and what we did was we combined all of our sixth graders into that number and recalculated it, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Laura,
So-
just quickly, the program, so the other schools that are Title I, they're going to be just continuing in the efforts that you've done in the past, or what's happening with them?
Yes, their plans were approved back, I believe we did it in March,
Okay, so this is just for the additional.
just for these two schools.
And because we have more freedom now, as you said, in allocating how we spend the money, some of those programs that you guys had last year may be seen again?
Well, what'll happen is when I go into the grant application, once the state releases it, I go in and I have to put in the number of students, the poverty rate, and the application does a calculation, and it comes down to a per student amount. So each school receives an allocation based on whatever that dollar amount is for the number of students that they have. And then we have to set aside that money in certain ways right off the bat. So a certain amount goes for parent involvement. That comes right off the top. So immediately that goes for those schools into that area. And then I start allocating it. But now I can allocate it in many different ways. Before, we were just basically putting it into salaries, which, Mr. Trey, you'll appreciate this being because it has to do with the state of Illinois. The state of Illinois does what we call a TRS penalty. So if you actually pay TRS employees with your federal funds, the state of Illinois will not pick up the TRS portion of the salary. So they make us take it out of the grant. And now that percentage has been gradually increasing over the last 3-4 years to the point where this upcoming year, it's pushing 40%. So if you do the math on that, if you just rough numbers, if you had a person that you were paying $100,000 to, you're going to charge $140,000 to the grant for that salary. So we're actually losing money that we could otherwise use because of this penalty. But now with flexibility, we're able to take the money and use it for a lot of things that we weren't allowed to do before. So we can get it out of salaries, and we can start buying a lot more of our instructional materials with it, which makes better use of the money. It's a smart move.
And you as superintendent, because we talked about this in, I think it was a committee of the whole recently, where we talked about different programs, and I was asking that question, where will we get monies to do certain things with parent involvement? Do you from the district office decide, or you just simply disseminate the money to the principals and they allocate accordingly? Because I guess I want to know how, for everybody that has made comments that we are not necessarily doing a bang up job of ensuring that there's a good number of, much parent involvement, especially in the day and age of this Common Core and all of that. We need to do something different, not necessarily what we're accustomed to, PTO and that kind of thing. What are you guys saying that needs to be entered into the school? We talked, a year or so ago about you guys having these parent centers in the schools. Is that a part of that discussion?
That can be a part of it.
Okay.
Where
they would put money into that, into
money
bringing
into
in speakers, whatever's going to help.
Right, I know that the 3 elementary schools they've been using the money for their literacy nights, their math nights, they can, buy materials for parents. If they're giving away resources at that night, on those nights, they can purchase that with grant money. So it helps support those efforts.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Please call the roll.
And Mr. Toure?
Vote aye.
Okay, Mrs. Gasparo? Aye. Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall?
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the the approval of the personnel report as follows. It's already. Sorry.
Are we approving the personnel report as a whole or as individual items? As a whole?
Item
Okay.
number C1.
Okay, so certified staff employment would include Julie Chawley, Christine Conlon, Diane Harmon, Andrea Johnson, Jeff Miller, Patrick Moody, Jasmine Owens, Matthew Slusher, and Susanna Zirkle. Certified staff reassignment would include Catherine Bradley, Jocelyn Ferris, Amanda Karszewski, Michelle Kelly, Kelly Mahoney, Nancy Petro, Tiffany Schaus, and Derek Watson. Certified staff leave of absence would include Amy Bertoletti, Joanna Boss, Catherine Burnham, Samantha Johnson, Elizabeth Lagunas, and Christine Lawson. And it was requested that I clarify the reason for several of these is parental leave of absence, not paternal leave of absence. I do apologize for that. For certified staff return from leave of absence, we have Jamila Bynum. Certified staff intent to retire, Kimberly Barr, Susan Cole, Margaret Kandari, Linda Novak, and Sandra Swiderick. Certified staff resignation, Alexandra Arliss, Philip Brownlee, Katie Carroll, Ashley Dossack, David Evans, Allison Fatke, Milton Harmon, Christine Hepper, Melanie Johnston, Megan Koss, Stella Musney, Theodore Pierce Jr., James Remazinski. Educational support staff employment, including Nedra Berkeley, Lauren Mason, Anna Romo Padilla. Educational support staff reassignment, Lisa Aiello, Jennifer Coleman, Deirdre Davis, Gwendolyn Harris, Barbara Jennels, Kim Johnson, Thomas Matthews, Janice Land, Deborah Michalski, Cindy New, Sierra Quick, Cheryl Ray, Linda Roque, Evelyn Semick, Joan Short, Lakeisha Webb, and Carol Wilmowski. Educational support staff leave of absence, Donald Buffington, Mark Hentz, and Karen Pickens. Educational support staff resignation, Karen Pickens. And unfortunately, we need to report that a support staff member is deceased, and that is Mark Pacetto, a maintenance person who passed away in April. And that is the personnel report.
I did not know she taught second grade.
Can I have a motion to approve the personnel report as read?
Moved.
Who was
Second.
that? A move by Mr. Teray, second by Mr. Anderson. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Teray?
Nay.
Okay. And Mrs. Gasparo?
No.
And Mrs. Galbraith?
No.
And Mr. Brown? Aye. Okay, and Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall?
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. Can I have a motion to approve amendment to principal retirement agreement?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Gasparo.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Galbraith. Any questions? I did need clarity on this one. I talked to the superintendent about it. I'm trying to understand the amendment to this agreement, and I want to get clarity on whether it's an amendment for just to accommodate the personal issue with the individual. What is past practice with this? I don't want us, if it is to accommodate an individual, I want us to always be fair. So if it's something that's a general practice that we do, then that's one thing. But if we're adjusting because of specific needs of a particular person, I do believe that's unfair. However, if you feel that this is an issue that could possibly be applicable to others and the board needs to have a conversation about, moving forward in this type of way with these types of contracts, then that's another thing to discuss. But I wanted clarity on that because we've been, in the past, been accused of not being fair, and we need to always make sure that we are being fair.
As this contract was constructed with the retirement contracts, I did go back to our past administrative retirement contracts, and the contract was written to allow for there's a clause in the CMEA agreement, and administrators tap the CMEA retirement benefits based on their contract language. The CMEA agreement allows for an insurance stipend of $4,000 for each year for 4 years maximum, or until the age of Medicare eligibility. In this particular case, as has also been with past retirement contracts, this particular individual at the end of the 4-year contract would have 2 years prior to Medicare eligibility. So the contract was written, as prior contracts were, to allow for 2 years of this $4,000 stipend per year. However, past contracts also had language that allowed the person, if they retired early, to tap those other 2 years. If something happened, if they had an illness, if they became disabled, they had to leave early, they could tap the other 2 years without having to do an amendment. This contract, the way it was written, once I talked with the attorneys, it wasn't allowing anything other than what was in the contract. So basically, when Mrs. Jones brought this to my attention, I went back and had the attorney look at that and then draw up this amendment, which essentially says if she would retire for whatever reason, whether it's medical, it's disability, or anything like that, prior to the end, she could tap that full 4-year benefit that everybody's entitled to. So this would, in the future contracts, we'll just simply write it with the 4-year benefit instead of using the past practice. This is a case where the past practice needed to be amended.
When we put in the contract that we are agreeing to pay for all of the employees' medical, their children, their spouse, anybody living in their household, that's correct?
No, this is
Considered
for
family?
This is a post-retirement severance, which is $4,000 toward your premiums. You can buy the insurance, however you want to buy it, but it's it's limited to $4,000 per year. While the administrator is working for the district, there is a family insurance benefit, but that is subject to the terms of our family coverage. So it wouldn't include just anybody in the house. It would only include the individual, the spouse, the children, or guardian children. Any other people would have to be insured elsewhere.
So specifically, which parts of this, the amendment, because I don't have the regular contract in front.
The amendment is to Section 10 of her agreement, which is under the section entitled Hospitalization Major Medical Insurance. And this allows, this basically amends it to say that the principal can receive a post-retirement severance payment of $4,000 per year for up to 4 years following her date of retirement or her becoming 65 years of age, whichever is sooner. So she can only tap up to 4 years. If she retires 1 year early, she can tap 3 years. If she retires 2 years early, she can tap 4 years. If she retires on time, she gets 2 years. This doesn't change that liability.
And you're saying we've done this previously?
Yes. And not to single Laura out, but her contract was written with the 4 years as well.
So when this person plans to retire, they are going to be retiring before the retirement age of 65, and that's what you're saying is the reason?
The stipend allows somebody to retire before Medicare eligibility and still have some money toward their health insurance.
Okay.
It's part of the incentive.
Okay. And it's really an age issue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Any other questions?
Keep them all to 65, okay? Keep everyone to 65.
Hey, Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
And Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall?
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the resolution of honorable reduction and reassignment of educational support personnel? Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mrs. Sanders. Any questions on the resolution? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Toure?
Nay. Nay.
Nay? Okay. And Mrs. Gasparo?
Yes.
Mrs. Galbraith?
No.
And Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall?
What's the vote? What's the vote?
2, 3, 4 ayes so far.
Nay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the resolution for dismissal of secretary?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith.
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions on the resolution? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Toure?
I'm going to vote yes.
Okay. And Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall?
Aye. Motion carries. All right, business. You ready? So the first four, we did, go over in our committee of the whole meeting, and we requested,
Yes, we had information that was requested to make sure that we didn't have any issues. I got the information from Mr. Hauser, and Mr. Hauser says, in his opinion, the services of OT or ST are services that individuals possessing a high degree of skill where the ability or fitness of the individual plays an important part. These are highly trained individuals in their individual ability or fitness is essential to the success of their services. Basically, what it's saying is we do not have to get 3 bids to do this, and it is in law for Illinois. So there's no reason to make any changes to our policies, and what we're doing and what we have done is proper in its steps.
okay, so item 1 is the approved special education software vendor agreement. 2 is approval of the Medicaid fee for service billing. 3 is approve occupational therapist agreement, and 4 is approval of the speech and language pathologist. Ms. Bellotti.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The first on the agenda there is for PCG, which is a provider.
Alan, can you move the mic so they can?
Is that better? I'm not usually accused of being too quiet. The first report is that regarding PCG, web-based provider of IEP system. I mentioned that we serve 850 students in special education, And each student requires an annual review, plus every 3 years, also an evaluation. The paperwork is tremendous for our staff. This system will allow us to be web-based. Current system is based on a server, and the server would have to be changed this year to a new server. We're able to get by till the end of this year. Also, please note that I did get 3 comparisons, and PCG did come in at a reasonable rate, the most reasonable rate, and also to provide us with the most coverage, which included staff in services, tech help, etc.
Mrs. Bellotti, I'm sorry to stop you. I do need to ask the board members, do we need her to re-explain all of these?
Nothing's changed since our committee of the whole.
Do we need it
in the documentation? Nothing's changed in the documentation that requires signature. At the back, and it's been tabbed, is all the necessary insurance paperwork for the board.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion to approve special education software vendor agreement?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Gasparo,
Second.
second by Mr. Brown. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Easy.
It's a tie vote, and we need your vote to make the decision.
Oh, God.
No pressure.
Special, did you hear her present?
Special education software vendor agreement. Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve Medicaid fee for service billing vendor agreement?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Gasparo. Second by Mrs. Galbraith. Any questions?
Has anything on this one changed since our?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye. May I have a motion to approve occupational therapist agreement? The occupational therapist. Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mrs. Gasparo. Any questions?
Nothing has changed.
Well, I just want to reiterate the compliments that was presented at the committee as a whole, as far as the services that this particular company provide,
Yes.
which was conveyed to the committee, basically that this particular vendor exhibited exceptional services. Just want to share that in a public setting.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, yeah, that was the issue. We did not have to go out to bid, 3 bids, because this was considered a professional entity or vendor,
The law, the state law.
right,
Okay, great.
that we can single
So we
source
didn't
on,
have to add, make any
right?
addendum.
Similar to,
Oh, good.
similar to architect and legal counsel.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Teray again.
Aye. Aye.
Wait.
No.
We're doing occupational therapy.
Thank you.
And thank
Okay.
you for the certificate of insurance as well.
So for
Okay.
clarity, this is the vote on the occupational therapist agreement. We have a motion and a second already.
Yes.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May May I have a motion to approve the speech and language pathologist therapist agreement?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mrs. Sanders. Any questions?
Any changes?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
That was easy. That's the staple, you know.
She talked a lot in the other
Secretary, please
meeting.
call the
That
roll.
was easy.
Please call the roll when you're ready.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith,
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
and Mr. Toure.
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye. Thank you, Ms. Belletti.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Moving on to the big stuff. Dr. Williams, the resolution, okay, you can. Resolution providing for the issue of approximately $15.5 million of general obligation limited tax bonds of the district. So you can discuss it. Oh, I'm sorry, let me get the motion. May I have a motion to approve the resolution providing for the issue of approximately $15.5 million of general obligation limited tax bonds of the district for the purpose of paying claims against the district, providing for the levy of taxes to pay the bonds, and authorizing the sale of the bonds to William Blair and Company, LLC.
Move. Do you
Moved
want me
by
to
Mr.
repeat?
Brown.
You want me to repeat what you just said?
No.
Oh, okay.
Moved by Mr. Brown,
Second.
second by Mrs. Sanders. Dr. Williams.
Yes, good evening. I'm pleased to report that we are in the final phases of this bond issuance process. Included in your packet is a draft resolution providing for the issuance previously described, along with supporting documents. We did have additional pricing information, so I'd like to ask Dr. Grossi and Ms. Hennessy to step to the mic and give a very brief overview, very brief overview of the pricing, because we actually came in much better than was originally anticipated.
The dynamic duo.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having us. We were in the market today with a bond sale. I'm going to address both the resolution for the 15.5 million of the funding bonds, which will pay for the alternate revenue bonds that were issued to fund the middle school edition reimbursement, and also address the sale results on the refunding bonds, which is your next motion. So today we are in the bond market with the district's bond issues. The good news to report is that Standard & Poor's rating agency reaffirmed the district's A+ stable rating and assigned a management rating of good to the district. And just to mention, some of the feedback from the rating agencies were that much of the strength of the rating is due to the reversal of the structural deficit via the implementation of the 3-year efficiency plan and the solid board finance policies. So compliments to Dr. Williams and Dr. Cunningham, who spent a lot of time on the phone with the rating agencies. In terms of our pricing today, we had a really wonderful sale. We benefited from the uncertainty in the market of Great Britain leaving the European Union, often referred to as the Brexit. That has caused a lot of volatility, has caused interest rates to come down substantially in the last week. So that resulted in rates that were about 15 basis points lower than bonds that were priced only a week and a half ago with similar bond ratings. So we were extremely pleased. One of the items in your documents is a final pricing report where we compare the yields on the district's bonds to yields on other similarly rated bonds. And as I mentioned in the memo, the yields are about 15 basis points or 0.15% lower than they were about 2 weeks ago, again, because of this uncertainty in the market. So we're very pleased about the timing. So the final all-in true interest cost on the combined bond issues is 3.15%, and that compares with some of the estimates we've been looking at prior meetings. June 13th, we were estimating 3.45%, and on April 19th, we estimated 3.5%. So very nice results. And in fact, on the refunding, which is the portion of the debt that's used to flatten the taxes from, instead of going up to 15 million to keep it at 12 million, that portion of the financing cost actually $1 million less than we originally estimated, based kind of given the strong rating and the great market conditions. So that's the overview report on our bond sale today. And Dr. Rossi and I would be happy to answer any questions you have on the documents in your packets.
Are these callable? These are callable bonds?
Yes, they're callable January 1 of 2026.
This is a significant savings, you know, and I hate to go back and just restate some comments that I made several months ago, but at one point we were looking to borrow $15 million plus in working cash, and the interest rate at that time was right around a little bit over 5%. So nobody knows what the future brings, but I think we just so happen to fit right in there at a very, very favorable rate. So good job, guys. Really good job.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please re-explain the difference between callable and non-callable?
Sure. Callable means that it's the district's option to refund or redeem the bonds, okay? So just like when you have a mortgage, you can choose as the holder of the mortgage, or as the issuer of the mortgage, to refund or refinance your home at any time. Okay. It's the same concept with municipal bonds. So it's the district's ability to refund bonds. The thing about municipal bonds, though, is investors are unwilling to sell them callable at any time. They want call protection of about 10 years. That's why we've got the earliest call date 10 years later, January 1 of 2026. But really, the call applies to all of the 15.5 million bonds, because those are longer bonds anyway. So,
Okay, thank you.
Meaning like you're paying it off early.
right.
Okay, and I have a second question on your graph on the back.
Yes.
Current debt service payments are in red, and they go all the way to 2034. That's confusing to me, because we don't have a current
I
payment
think
to
that goes all the way
2034.
down to 0. I'm sorry, that red line somehow got extended there. But
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it was
extended
above
on
that and
0.
it current, so I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. So really, at 2025, the current one would be at 0.
Correct.
And go all the way through. So you're just showing it till the end if we extend.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question for the doc. What's new in Springfield?
Well, I mean, nothing's new. There's obviously there's still, I guess,
Is that a trick question?
same old, same old. There still is a. I know that one of the school districts in our area was going to meet with the governor downtown, and he canceled because of protests. There's a lot of heightened anxiety. I think that nobody wants to be blamed for delaying payments next year, and that's in our favor. But nobody wants to take the first step to make things happen. So it's gridlock squared, and it's. My guess is the solution this year is gonna be positive in the short term for school districts, because even both the governor's plan and Madigan's plan would have helped your school district for 1 year, kicking the can down the road, which they're good at. And but who's going to make the first step? Nobody knows. Usually, even when there's a fight, I think they know what the end result's going to look like. I don't think anybody really knows how it's going to look like. But there's certainly a lot of political squeezing going on to try to make somebody balk.
Thank you.
Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith.
No.
Mrs. Gasparo.
No.
And Mr. Teray.
No.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve resolution providing for the issue of approximately $12,765,000 of general obligation bonds of the district for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding bonds of the district, providing for the levy of taxes to pay the bonds, and authorizing the sale of the bonds to William Blair and Company, LLC.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Anderson.
That was Mr. Teray, I think.
Okay.
Right?
It was Teray.
Moved by Mr.
haired guy.
Teray. Second. Okay, second by Mrs. Galbraith.
Put your deep voice on, Mr. Teray.
Move. What's his name?
Okay, put your deep voice on.
Oh, my deep voice.
Okay, any question? Oh. Okay. Any questions? Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Teray.
Nay.
Okay.
Mrs. Gasparo.
No.
No deep voice. Mrs. Galbraith. No. Who is that? Mr. Brown
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson
Aye.
and the secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye, motion carries.
It's late now, right?
Can I have a motion to recommend, for the recommendation to pay interfund loans?
Say it once more.
Yes, can I have a motion to approve the recommendation to repay interfund loans?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Teray,
Second.
second by Mrs. Sanders. Any questions?
Please explain interfund loans.
Yes, back in December, interfund loans were approved to address the fiscal cycle of how we receive our revenue. And those bonds were anticipated to be paid off later during the year. Now that we've received our bond proceeds and we've also received our tax revenue, it is the appropriate time to repay those loans. So the recommendation is to approve interfund loan repayments totaling $5 million, $1 million of which will go to the education fund, and $4 million of which would go to the operations and maintenance fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson
Aye.
and Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith.
No.
Mrs. Gasparo.
Yes.
And Mr. Teray.
Aye on this one.
You said
Well-
aye.
Aye, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Caught in his throat a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to say aye.
Trying to cough it out now.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank
May I
you.
have a motion to approve the recommendation to transfer $15.5 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mr. Teray. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Dr. Hall, may I make a statement?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought we had discussed this.
It's worth noting that 15.5 million, 4 million of that was already loaned. So the actual transfer will be 11.5 million.
So do we have the wrong amount on here?
This,
I spoke to Ms. Tobin about it, and she said we could not change the amount, so I don't know if we need to change the motion now. I don't know.
It was asked with less than 48 hours.
Right.
And we can't change it once it's posted.
So
So now are we amending it? But why didn't we say, you
Well,
guys,
we can't
why
add
didn't
to
we
the
amend
agenda.
it
We
before we
can't-
made
we
a
can
motion?
adjust-
Why didn't you guys?
we
say
can
something
adjust it,
about
right?
before then? I don't have a
Right,
problem with
because
that,
then
but
at that
didn't you
point,
guys
you
know that
put
we were-
15.5 out and it's actually a different number and that can be looked at as being deceitful. So, do we move forward with the transfer? And then we would have to do a transfer back? Does that make sense?
you can move forward with the transfer. They'll just be, yes, yes, is the answer to your question.
I don't know.
It
we
would
had to
just be
approve a
cleaner from an
transfer.
accounting perspective, but it's fine.
I mean, to the operations and maintenance.
From operations and maintenance to the capital projects fund.
Mhm. So this document is, it needs to be amended.
I need
too.
clarity on this because I don't know that we needed to vote on a transfer.
The board must take action on all interfund loans and transfers.
Which I thought it was only a certain accounts.
The school code only references operating accounts. So the answer to your question is the school code identifies certain accounts that you must take action on. It has been a past practice to take action on all funds.
Section 100.50.
Okay.
to Title 20.
So we already have a motion and a second. So we'll move forward with the vote. Okay.
And there's to be no amendments or?
We can't do that. They just have to do a transfer back of whatever the difference is.
Okay, when you do that, I think we need to restate it for public consumption because it's almost.
I don't think it's really a big deal.
I'm not saying it is, but
No,
it's-
I mean, we
it-
can go ahead with the recommendation.
Less.
We put the
It's not more than
15.5 million, which we already, I think we expended 4 million according to where we are right here. So we can always come back and take money out of the capital projects and transfer it back out. Can we not?
You can approve the motion as presented. I just
Yeah.
wanted to bring it to your attention
put it
that
in-
you've already spent a portion of that and that we've already loaned it to the
Right.
capital project fund.
Sure.
Okay.
So if it goes back in there, if we put $15.5 million in there, we can bring back whatever we need, transfer it back out.
Yes,
We move money around all the time in an
Yes, sir.
appropriate way.
yes, sir.
I'm saying in an appropriate way. I mean, it's nothing new. That's what I'm saying. That's the
don't- there's-
appropriate way.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson,
aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith,
No.
Mrs. Gasparo,
Yes.
and Mr. Teray.
No.
The secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve property and casualty and student accident renewal.
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mrs. Gasparo. Dr. Williams.
Yes, included in your packet is information from the Collective Liability Insurance Cooperative, also known as CLIC, regarding our renewal. Our loss history is actually improving, so this renewal includes a 5% decrease over the prior year, and it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the renewal as presented for a total program cost of $690.
Thank you. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't.
It was a long night when we had our committee of the whole meeting. Was this brought before us at the committee of the whole meeting?
No.
Okay. So
No,
it's 100.
neither of these.
It's $188,690.
How long have we been using Click?
We have been a member. I have it in here somewhere. Since at least 2009.
2009 here.
It's in one of the one of
I
the
just know that our
attachments.
past practice is to bring these things in front of a committee before they come to the board, so this is a cooperative agreement. Yes. And we had a 5% savings.
This is a 5% increase over, 5% increase.
Increase or decrease?
No. Oh, I'm looking at, hold on a second.
The loss was a
Loss history.
21% decrease. But the cost itself is what?
The cost itself is the 188,000.
Which is an increase or a decrease over last year?
That was a decrease. It's a decrease. It's a typo.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
Dr. Cunningham. So Mrs. Gasparo just suggested, and I don't know if I want to hear it anymore tonight. Why wasn't this brought before the committee of the whole?
I reviewed all of the finance meeting agenda items with the chair, and the chair elected which items would be brought to the committee of the whole. I believe, and I don't mean to speak for Mr. Brown, but this is a standard renewal that was not an increase.
So I'm talking to Dr. Cunningham here, because again, this is new committee of the whole. It's one meeting. It's not a chance to catch something up in another meeting.
Mhm.
So we need to establish a process of if something comes after that or something you all feel like may weigh down that meeting or doesn't, if it's a procedural thing,
Mhm.
you know, it still needs to come before the board, and we need to really exercise the FYI more. That's what this is gonna take. We still have to, you know, get
Make
the
sure the information is
information.
out.
We want to be able to see it before it comes to the board meeting. You know, there were some personnel ones too, that some of them were on FYI, some weren't. I'm just saying to all the assistant supes and the superintendent, we have to tweak this process a little more, because we don't want to take away any opportunities for the board to see this information before it gets here. I know it's on the packet, but even then, it's a lot. And even then, at that point, it's a new introduction, you know?
Okay.
So
That's not a
I
problem.
understand some things we're not gonna be able to have an in-depth conversation on, but it always needs to come to us in some kind of fashion.
No problem.
Does the board agree on that?
What I agree on is that I want to state for the record, I'm not, I don't like the committee of the whole at this point, because this stuff, I'm over here going through the paperwork, let alone, you know, we have to get 100% better, because I don't think I could participate in that. It's too important. When we start making a vote, we have to have it. This is not acceptable to me. And you know, we've been saying it for various, everybody has their own whatever, but it's not, this is not okay. Because you're saying now, and we just have to, you know, and I feel there must be some measure of trust. I'm going to go along with this, but that's why I don't like this committee of the whole, because I can't imagine, and I came late, so I've tried not to say much, but you guys were there for 2 hours, an hour or so before me, and the stuff wasn't discussed, and we had to shut it down. What is the expectation going forward? How are we going to get, this is a lot of information.
Well, If you have one meeting, like I said, anything that comes after that, it's not like you can, catch it up somewhere. Again, it's going to take some time to tweak this process and for all of us to get used to the process. And I think we wanted to do it because, it eliminates us having to have multiple meetings, the cabinet having the meetings and superintendent and all of that. So it's going to be a tweaking. It's going to be, take some time to get it to where we're all comfortable and the board feels that they're well informed. But, we've been saying this for, since you guys have been here and before you got here, we need to know what this is. And when I saw this agenda, the superintendent to tell you, I called him like, what in the world is all of this? And I understand I'm giving to you. I know stuff will come later. We don't have control over that. But I don't care what time it comes, what day it comes, the board needs to know.
And just a reminder, the
I'm looking at
committee,
Ann, but
well, again, it's work in progress. The committee as a whole, we all agreed to go forward with it as a pilot to see what we can do. Dr. Williams presented to me a list of, I don't know, probably 30, 40 items. And just a few items that we brought to the committee as a whole, as far as from the financial point of view, took us a good time to discuss. So again, there's no right answer or exact answer. If we tried it as a pilot one time, we probably need to go down that road a couple of times and fine tune it and shape it up, see where we are.
Well, with all due respect, so you and she had a conversation. Can it not be, again, this is what we left out? Because it's, just.
It's not a matter of what we just left out. It was.
It is to me, though, Mr. Brown. It's to me.
Well, I guess it goes the same way as a policy chair, any other chair. What were we going to bring to the committee as a whole?
Well,
we couldn't bring everything.
For one,
we had to bring.
That wasn't afforded me. We didn't do that. When I came in there, you guys were discussing policy, and it wasn't what.
Did you have any input?
No, none.
On the agenda?
Correct.
Okay. I don't think that was the intent.
So my communication was, we're bringing this, everything else, go to the FYI. That's what
I'm clear on that, and I was not clear on that initially. So, I take full responsibility for that. I was not
clear
under that impression.
Now we're clear. Assistant suits. Now, what I will say, what day was the community? June 7th?
Yes.
That was
And it's
sometime
what,
this year.
June 21st now, so we're 14 days. What I knew on the 7th or before the 7th, that's 2 weeks in between, things come up. And so what was applicable at the committee of the whole meeting of putting in the FYI, now there's stuff that comes even after that. So we just have to make that habit of getting it in the FYI so everybody can see it and get the information.
I just have a question on this click thing. Can I ask it now?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr.
A
Turner?
question on the click insurance. Great American package here. I'm reading about this covering flood and earthquakes. Does it cover fire?
I'm sorry, what?
Does it cover fire damage?
The insurance?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because all it's showing is flood, earthquake, and I don't know that we're going to have either one of those here, God forbid, but I'm not seeing fire. But and the other question I have to it is, do we have any feel on how receptive this company is if, God forbid, we have a fire, to get paid? Or are we going to fight like some insurance companies forever, trying to get are they going to try to squeeze every nickel and dime? Is there any kind of data saying that Click was very responsive to a tragedy in District 2078 or whatever the case is, so we know what to expect if we ever have a loss?
Well, CLIC is actually a cooperative of school districts, so in essence, we're self-insured. And CLIC has a board, similar to this board, with representatives from member districts that make those decisions as it relates to that. But no, it wouldn't, I don't believe there'd be any issue as it relates to getting paid.
Okay, so
The number of districts that are in this cooperative is well over 100. We are representing, and I believe I have that information on the second page. The Property and Casualty Program is entering its 34th year of service. It currently serves 178 Illinois school districts and more than 500,000 students.
Okay, so the 184 grand that we're going to pay goes into the kitty?
Yes, sir.
Is that where it is? And then if there's a tragedy wherever it is, that money is dispersed through this cooperative. It's not like going through ABC Insurance and waiting till, all these children are in their senior citizens to get paid, right?
There are various insurance companies that the cooperative is paying for various levels of insurance, and included in your packet is a summary of all of the different insurance lines with the dollar amount of the premium that brings us to the $188,000.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how it works, if there's a problem, because it's not like buying insurance from Allstate or State Farm or whatever. This is a cooperative, and they buy it through whoever Clicks honchos believe they're going to get the best bang for their buck. Is that what you're saying?
They take it out to market and they look at several different companies. The summary that I was referring to is on page 422.
Oh, it's sideways.
Yeah. And this is cheaper than us, say, insuring through one company?
We would not be able to obtain anywhere near this level of insurance with one company.
Is there any way to make sure these come out so that they're not on their side and we try to read them like this?
When they're
Okay.
Because it's a PDF, not the way they're scanned in. It's not the actual document.
We never got it where we could we can't
I don't think on a
finagle
PDF you can.
we did once, right?
You can go into Board Book, into the quick view and do it, because then you're looking at the actual document, I think.
Right.
Okay, are we finished with the questions?
That's it. Thank you from me.
Okay. Okay, so Secretary, we got the motion in a second, correct? Please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
And Secretary Zai, Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve workers' compensation insurance renewal?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mr. Toure. Any questions? Okay, Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary Zai, Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve fiduciary liability renewal?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Teray,
Second.
second by Mrs. Galbraith. Any questions? Recommendation to approve fiduciary liability renewal. Okay, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo. Aye. Mrs. Galbraith. Aye. Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve independent contractor agreement for costume design?
Moved. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith, second by Mrs. Gasparo. Any questions?
Is this a new is this a new contract?
That's why I wanted, this is,
We did this earlier in the year.
Well, it says this contract entered into on the 10th day of September 2015. That's why I'm.
right.
I asked her to update the contract, and she neglected to update that portion of it.
Please give the background on this.
The contracts for costume design were discussed at a finance committee meeting, I would say 4 or 5 months ago. There were 3 separate contracts, and there were substantial increases and questions that were raised. I did receive the responses to those questions and forwarded them to the board, and this is the last of those contracts. As we prepare for the new year, we have informed Mr. Thorsky that he will need to look at multiple options for costume design. Historically, we've had this one person do it, and the rate has just increased over the years.
When does that take effect?
That would be for the new school year. So this would be the last of those contracts. And Mr. Thorsey has been directed that he needs to look at other options to ensure that the pricing is competitive.
So this was not approved the last time we discussed
No.
the contract,
No, ma'am,
just the spring and fall.
just the spring and fall. That was right around the time that the policy to approve all contracts was changed. So there was
And insurance.
a little bit of, I guess, back and forth regarding that. So they were broken out, and this is the last piece of that.
Help me, walk me through a potential contract situation, because it still feel like after all these years, I just remember coming on the board and someone saying to me, oh, this is just how we do things. This is how we do business. We go with, somebody we get accustomed to, whatever. It's a faulty business practice at best. We can't just go with who we know. I mean, it's too many accusations that we have favorites, and officially that's considered a kickback. It just is what it is. I need to understand, you tell the schools, the administrators, the different ones, you don't keep getting to go with Joe Schmo company. And you guys, where's the oversight? Because it continues to happen. I've been sitting here for 8 years, the same people are doing this. And it helped me understand if we initiated the 3-person, you guys, the 3 bid process procedure was 2009, 10, 9? Dr. Hall, was it 9 or 10?
I would say it was later.
It's
Maybe
not changed.
11.
We don't have a message, a solid message to a secretary, to whomever, that this school district does not operate on giving it to the contract to your best friend or the parent favorite. I mean, it's still happening. What oversight do we have in place? If you yourself are not ensuring, you say you're going to leave that with the theater director in this case. How do we know? What do? They just come in? I remember somebody telling me too, when we put this in place, oh, well, that's a lot of work for our people, that they would have to call 2 or 3 people. What's the difference in them calling 2 or 3 people to satisfy the policy? It is a policy. It's not just something you do or don't do. And it also ensures transparency. So could you help me understand what your office does to ensure that these individuals are doing what this board has agreed to throughout the years?
The policy requires the 3 proposals or quotes are received for any purchase in excess of a certain amount. And those proposals are supposed to be attached to the purchase requisition electronically that is sent for approval.
What is that?
That amount is either 500 or 5,000.
5,000.
Yes, it's $5,000. So for any purchase over 5,000, they're required to have 3 proposals, and they're supposed to attach them before it is approved by anybody. There have been times when
If you audit that, would you see that?
if I audited, I would see it, and
We don't have an audit procedure, I'm assuming.
we have an internal auditor, but I personally, when things come to me, I ask the question. I ask the question of the individual that is submitting it. But that should be in place for the principal, for anyone that's approving them, because everything doesn't come to me. If it's a certain dollar amount, it might just stop at the principal.
I have a couple of issues with this contract. First of all, the dates are wrong, correct?
Looks like
Okay.
We can modify that.
Also, there's a clause in here where proof of insurance needs to be provided. I don't see that attached. Am I missing that?
No, ma'am.
Says waived.
Where is that at? Waived? Who waived the insurance? Yeah, you're reading it right. Who entered that? Who authorized that?
This is
Wouldn't
an
that be normal
agreement.
if she's not performing the services on school property, right?
This particular service is the actual creation of the costumes.
Yes, and I mean, it would be, we have the requirement for our independent contractors in case something happens. Whether it's on our property or off, can't imagine what would happen with a costume, but you never know. So, this contract is incorrect. I still haven't gotten the answer to who waived the insurance.
I did not. This contract is the same contract that was in place before I started here. I believe she just changed the dates and the amounts.
We actually just started 1 year ago with actually having a contract, a real
With her,
contract.
yeah.
Contract.
I don't
But she
believe
didn't
this
have
is the
a-
first
yeah,
contract.
we had
Before,
an
it was just
issue
like
that they-
an agreement that was filled out on a piece of paper. It was not like this. So,
So how would you like me to proceed at this point? As I can revise the contract and make her aware that she needs insurance.
and you asked her to update it how?
Based on the feedback, and I apologize, I don't remember all of the requirements of the meeting that was had, of the discussions we had at that finance meeting, but I requested all of that information be added to the contract and updated for the summer and for the spring performances.
Okay.
So
Do
this is
we,
for the
uh,
summer, so time is actually of the essence here.
Yes, it is.
Do we not routinely run contracts through our lawyers? Or
I'm sorry, Mr.
do we
Chair.
not routinely run contracts through our lawyers to make sure?
I think the lawyer drew this up. This looks like their
The-
template.
Yes, this is the template that the attorney drew up for independent contractors.
And this is dated 2015, so.
It's,
No, we
it's
required
dated,
this.
yeah, it's dated 2015, but if you look at page 444, we got a summer production start date of 6/13/16. So have we started any work for the summer already on this contract? Have we started work without the contract?
She knows that the contract was coming to the board today, so I would hope
But
she
it-
hasn't started any work.
So my question to you then, Dr. Williams, if you knew she didn't update it correctly, why bring it? And then why bring it with these dates? This is, what would we vote on? We would be voting to approve the same contract that's in place now, which is null and void. I mean, that there's no point in doing that because this one's already, this is from
parts of it.
2015.
She updated parts of it.
And the insurance should not be waived. I'm wondering who actually entered that. So when you say she updated it, does that mean she went in here and changed parts?
I would have to compare it to the previous contract to see if it was waived for that contract.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable approving this.
What's needed? It sounds as if this is a service that we need for the district, right? Or we have used in the past, right? This is something that I don't think.
This is costume design that
Right.
Mr.
So this
Thorsky.
is something I think the board can agree that this is something that we want, right? It's just getting the logistics kind of cleaned up here. So what will it take to get the contract cleaned up? And because if you're talking about another month, what's bringing it back to the board, that may be too late, right?
I could imagine that she could update the contract and that can go out in the FYI if that's what the board would like to see.
I'm just trying to be creative and, and do it right and not lose out on our services that's required, I guess.
Given
that we
the
use.
dollar amount, can we just approve it by email? No.
That's
I didn't do
illegal.
any work for the board.
No, yeah, that's illegal.
Just think about the dollar amount. Good. It's not that much.
Mm-mm. All the approvals have to be conducted in open session. So I'm going to suggest that we postpone this as well.
But I'm saying as far as the services, the required services,
Well, they said
how-
she's already started. Is that correct?
I'm just trying to figure out
I'm
what.
sorry.
She's already
She would have to
started.
start, they have the.
It has a summer production.
Yeah.
Which then, we're Johnny come lately on this. We should have got this before she got started.
That's what I'm alluding
September,
to. is,
October, November. But to your point of, because it's not just a matter of, because this is setting a practice and a precedent, and we definitely had this discussion back in September. I think it certainly needs to be amended, and we need to communicate. Do you guys have some discussion with your contractors? Because it's not up to us now because it's at the last minute.
Right.
Because I'm personally not signing this contract with my signature on it until it reads accurately, period. So that's out of the question.
Well, we
If you
can't.
guys
That would
choose
be
to
illegal.
just push it on through, that's up to you. But if it's not right, I don't care who it is, it's wrong. And first of all, people need to be explained because I know what happened. You are saying that it's June or July and the production is coming. She asked you, why did you go ahead and forward it? I get it, because the production is here. And so people have the expectation, well, the board will just push it through. Well, we keep getting dinged every day for allegations of inappropriateness. And for this is the kind of thing that it's the only thing that I could agree with is inappropriate. Your signature affixed to a contract that does not read appropriately. And the next thing is these kids and their moms and dads are paying for a contract. That's what we said. That was one of the caveats in the meeting in September was they ought to have a choice. You can go online and order. I don't know where you guys got the idea of hand creating, seamstressing items for children. It's hard enough to pay for the kids to be in these programs. Thus, it minimizes the number who can participate. And we agreed we need to do something. So we want kids in band and show choir and all of that. The fact that they can't afford it, and I think Mr. Toure was just asking about poverty, you have to be loaded to be participating in much of this process or have some kind of supplement. So if we have a contractor that is not going to operate within our processes and procedures, we need to move on. And that is to not make us wait from September until now to fix it. And it's still not fixed, but you want us to go ahead and, well, you know, the urgency is now that the program is going forward. Did they know the urgency? If I was a contractor, I would want my stuff signed before I ever laid hands on a stitch. That's the way it should be. We shouldn't be signing after the fact, months after. That's just not okay.
Yeah, I guess the rules on their part, I would think, would have to be bent. In other words, move on with what they're doing. If they feel as if they want to take that chance, so be it. But it looks like the earliest we can get this contract tweaked up, cleaned up, and approve it is July. And this vendor is asking for payment in full upon completion, which is in August. So, you know, if they're not, are they going to be on the school ground at all between now and July?
Well, I would defer
already
to
here,
Ms.
Mr.
Galbraith. She
Brown.
seems to know a little bit more. I think she will be on.
He's just asking.
Are they,
They are.
have they endorsed? They, so without a signed contract, that's not good.
And the performance is July 27th to 31st.
Yeah, somebody missed the boat here.
Again, I think it's a good faith measure. I don't think the person is going, I mean, we've been doing business. It's not like we're going to not pay, but we should have execute a contract that is legal and that is defined as such, period, and point blank. There's an onus, in my opinion, on their part to have provided us with the adequate documentation in a timely manner. And then the onus for us to require, we look at it, we see it's not right, give it back to them, and until they sign it and do it right, then we don't sign it. And once you tell the person that, if they're a business person, then they understand that. It is not legal for us to sign it. Now, you can vote on it all day, but I'm not going to sign it if it's not right. So, go ahead.
Again, there's a couple of things here. We need to make sure that we're bringing contracts in a timely fashion to get approval. If they're starting June 13th, should have had this at the May board meeting to get approved. We had past practice of, you know, contractors starting, employees starting before the board even approved. So we've been trying to clean all of that up. And on another note, we have to be fair. We have other contractors, we have required them to give us proof of insurance. We just approved Mr. Hanlon. We required insurance from him. And we can't pick and choose on who we're gonna have, you know, by the requirements. So this is a postpone. Okay.
But I'm still, you know, I still need clarity as
Well,
far as
we have a motion.
postponing the contract. But what about the services that's already been rendered to the district? How do we address that?
I'll have a conversation with the contractor and include in the FYI an update along with the updated contract.
Sounds
Or
good.
can I propose that we
Dr. Hall got a good.
approve it pending the changes necessary with the date and the proof of insurance provided, if the board agrees? So we would have to rescind the motion, correct? And amend the motion.
Ms. Galbraith?
Terry, it's not even midnight.
Moved by Mr. Toure and seconded by Mrs. Galbraith. No. Moved by Toure, seconded by Mrs. Galbraith.
Okay, Mr. Teray rescinds his motion.
Okay. All right, well, I thought we were amending it.
Okay, so he can amend it.
What does he say?
Rescind and then amend it. Okay.
You're also gonna amend it, did you say, Mr. Teray?
I have so
I
many
moved it.
conversations going on,
Okay, so I'll say, okay, so.
I just
can I-
want to make it right, so I will amend it. Is that,
Okay, so I'll make it clear. So may I have a motion to amend? He did already. He
I
said
will,
it.
I
He
will,
said it.
I will rescind my motion
Got it?
to approve the independent contractor agreement for costume design.
Okay, and can I have a motion to amend the recommendation to approve independent contractor agreement for costume design to include the proof of insurance as outlined in the contract, as well as corrected dates?
Just as far as not only proof of insurance, but it's proof of a certificate of insurance with Crete Monee District 201.
As outlined, there's a clause here. So I
Okay.
said, as outlined in the contract, there's a specific clause here for insurance that says that. Okay, so are we clear on that?
And one more thing, the summer production date should not be before today.
You mean when they say June 13th?
Yeah.
Okay, but we got to get through this. Let's get
Okay.
through this part. I think I mentioned that. But I think, right, I mentioned that this should have came back in May, actually. Okay, it's late, but it's early.
Yeah, it is. Indeed. Amend the recommendation.
I would like a motion to approve the amendment to the recommendation to approve independent contractor agreement for costume design to include,
Wait a minute, slow it down, because we have to write it, she has to type it. Do it the same. Thank you.
to include providing proof of insurance as outlined in the contract, as well as having the correct dates in the contract, which are the, what's that name? I'm sorry.
You got more space in your
June-
computer than this little box.
June 13, 2016 to August 12, 2016.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Teray. There are no questions. Okay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith. Aye. Mrs. Gasparo.
Aye.
And then Mr. Toure.
Aye.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries with the amendment. Okay, do we have any old business?
I do. I wanted to get an update on whether we have, and this one's directed at Dr. Williams. Do you have an update on whether we have identified and ordered all the furnishings we're going to need for the new addition to the middle school? Has that process been done yet, or?
It's still in process. I am working closely with Ms. Chrysos and the architect on finalizing those purchases. I shouldn't say a lot. Some of the furniture that we currently have at the sixth grade center will be utilized, primarily the student desks and some of the office furniture. We are buying new furniture for some of the specialty classrooms, including the design tech rooms, the science rooms, and the art room, and some of the small group rooms, because we didn't have those types of rooms before. So we are working on that.
All right, and can you give me any kind of a firm lead time on a drop dead date on when everything must be purchased to have it in place prior to an on-time opening?
Well, that varies depending on which vendor you're using for which purchases. I can give you an example. Today I purchased art tables for the art room, and the lead time is 2 weeks. Last week I purchased stools and science tables, and the lead time was 6 weeks. So it really depends on what vendor you're using.
Okay, I just, I'll probably mention it next month and the month after. I just want to make sure we have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, so that, we don't have the contractor ready and we're not ready, that's all. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any old, new business? I'm sorry, old, new business. Old business. I said any more old business?
Here's a weird question about furniture. Is Lincoln Way selling any furniture? Serious, I mean, someone asked me that the other day.
Are they officially
Is
closing
Lincoln
at the
Way?
end of this year?
I think they closed
I mean, they're officially closed?
last year, yeah.
I can reach out to them, but again, that's high school furniture and this is
I
a
know.
junior high, but they may have some furniture for some of our collaborative spaces and maybe some conference room furniture, so I can reach out to them and see.
Might be worth it. Inquiry.
Okay, any new business? Committee of the Whole. Do we have a date? I couldn't remember what the response was.
We had not set a date, but I'll propose the date as July 12th, and I'll send it out to see how many people would be available, and we'll go from there.
That's that part of the legal? Or for-
That's for the committee of the whole.
Yes.
And the legal date is, as we spoke about before, Terry will send out the actual Google document so we can track to see what's the best date for a special meeting.
Okay. I want to make a request for the personnel report. We have, when we're reassigning employees on that report, we do not indicate which building they are coming from and position. And I think that would better help us understand where we're losing people from. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll make the
So we
adjustment.
can
not a
add
problem.
that.
Yes.
And also, if board members, I placed at your seats NSBA's priorities for the 114th Congress. I attended the NSBA Advocacy Institute and Equity Symposium. The hot topic was the Every Student Succeeds Act. And each of our states have been told to create a plan that they are supposed to communicate with school districts. And they're also supposed to get input from school board members. Our state, of course, has not outlined how they're going to meet that requirement. But if you read this, last I heard, I was on a conference call last week where our state superintendent was on, and when he was asked about ISB's plan, he said it's going to take time, I guess like everything else. So again, no clarity on, their plan. And I think Laura touched on a couple of changes. There's I think a mandatory that 7% of our Title IX funds, is it Title VII or Title IX funds? Is it 7? Anyway, there's a mandate coming down that 7% of those funds, whichever ones I have to get clarity, are going to have to be spent on school improvement. They've eliminated the school improvement grant, period. So now I guess the whole thing with ESSA is trying to give more local control to the states. And we know that with our state, local control means it's going to be coming to the district. So getting a little bit more leniency in how we can use federal funds with some parameters, but not as strict as they used to be. So I also received an email from Roger Eddy from IASB. He sent an email to the board presidents on IASB's stance on ESSA. So I'll be sending that out to all the board members as well. And Mike, you asked about Springfield with the equitable funding bill. Senator Monee, last I heard, and maybe Dr. Cunningham can share as well, that bill was sent to the executive committee, and I believe they heard testimonies on it the other day. So that includes IASA, IPA, IASB, kind of the Vision 2020 group, so they can give feedback on it and give their feedback on that bill. Okay.
Good, thanks.
Yeah, if I may, I would like to just congratulate Dr. Spence. I believe this is our last meeting with her.
That we did not officially accept her resignation.
No FOIA requests?
And we have a closed session that we're getting ready to go into. A closed session, executive session that we're getting ready to go into. So you need to stick around for 4 hours. Thank you for your service again.
Okay, any other?
The last thing, as you give her a clap for thank you for her service, I'll go ahead and give her a token of our gratitude of the service that she provided for the district.
I thought he was coming to her. Speech.
You feel like Oprah now? You feel like Oprah?
Do you have anything you want to say?
Motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, you cannot speak. You're not on the agenda.
Mr. Brown.
Well, it's 10:45, so I don't want to keep you. No, I appreciate my time in the district, and as I've been saying, this is definitely bittersweet. I never imagined leaving, and I have put my heart and soul into my work here, and I have fond memories and definitely will miss all of you. And I'm sure our paths will cross again. And thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good night.
So lastly, I just want to get clarity on the dates that are going to be sent out. So tentatively, superintendent is asking for July 12th. for the committee of the whole meeting. Terry is sending out a Google poll for the lawyer special board meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Also, we had a cancellation yesterday of our board retreat. And is there interest of the board to reschedule that? So I need to know that.
I am interested, and I think it's something really important that we need to do. I have yet to hear a sort of strategic vision on the part of this board where we want to take this district, and I think it's really important that we get around and talk about that and learn how we can function as
You're
a
not
body
working
to
again.
support that.
Your mic wasn't working again.
It wasn't working? I think we need to do a workshop. I think we need refresh the strategic plan, and I think we need to find ways as a board that we can work together to support a collective vision for this district and where we want to take this district. So yes, I think we should do it.
And I agree with Board Member Anderson. If we see opportunities there to improve us as board members and to be on one accord in many decision-making scenarios, I think getting together could help the process.
So do we want to direct Terry to send out a request for dates for that as well?
Could we have just the one Google poll for both, or?
Oh, are you polling us, or are we not in agreement? Are we polling to see if we want to have?
No,
No, this is,
Dates that you would be.
Okay.
The question is going to be for one date for a special meeting, or we're trying to find 2 dates for the special meeting and for the board workshop.
All in July.
I don't know that it all has to be in July, the special meeting, because we already said we'd do it in July, but if you had an interest in early August or something like that, for the workshop, we could get that set. I mean, if we have the days, let's get them done as soon as possible, but you guys just talked about, and this is how it is, how July is very tough because we have family vacations and such. So can we just send out the poll and then we'll collect from there and I'll get the information if
but
that's
she
okay with
needs
you?
to know which dates to put, though. I said Terry needs to know which dates to include, yeah.
Right, correct. Getting those in, yes.
Okay. So we shall check with our ISB person and see what dates he's available and send those out to the board. All right,
Don't say.
so those are 2 separate.
In order to, I just gotta ask, for our mass participation, do all of those meetings need to be in 1 month? That's asking a lot. Can some of them be, that's a lot. We must have a committee of the whole, absolutely, right? Then what else can be pushed off to another month? I mean, that's completely, plus the board meeting, we haven't even added that. We're way over into our families. This is a lot. And non-participation is not an option if, as you said, we need to be there. So let's be reasonable. Otherwise, we're going to get back to cancellation. That's what's going to happen.
Well, I don't think we clarify which months. I think she's just checking the dates. Oh, I don't know.
Personally, I think we should prioritize the workshop because I think that's the most important thing we need to do. And then we could start the cycle of the legal meetings in August or September.
Right.
But that would be
Yeah.
just an idea. I mean,
I would agree.
yeah.
Kind of want the legal information because we've been asking for it for a while, so, but I'm open. I mean,
I agree with you, Mr. Anderson. So does the board agree to do the board workshop in July? And the lawyers briefing in August or September? You guys want the briefing before the school year starts, I'm thinking. So August. So then we would have to talk with our lawyers too to get the dates. So for the lawyers meeting August and the board workshop July, correct?
So you're going to have the committee of the whole, board workshop, and the regular meeting in July, and then the legal special meeting in August or September.
Yes.
August before.
August.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Something. And Terry, to think, some years ago, there were no board meetings in July.
Only 1 year.
Well, still, I don't even know how that,
It didn't fly.
Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Mrs. Galbraith,
Second.
second by Mr. Teray. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.